Good morning everybody and welcome to Melbourne Airport. I'm your host Matt, and this morning we're going to be catching some runway 16 arrivals and departures. We're up here at the famous T4 Carpark, providing us with a fantastic overview of the airport. And we're planning to be streaming for the next 6 hours or so, wrapping up just after midday when the last batch of the heavy aircraft arrivals come in. So I'll be doing a bit of a solo stream today. Max unfortunately had a few commitments that he had to do for his own channel and wasn't able to join me out here, but that's alright. We are going to have tons of fun catching a lot of the action this morning. It's looking good. We actually have, despite what it might look like on camera behind us where the sun is, it's going to be nice and sunny. We're going to get some great light. And starting off the stream, it looks like we're going to be having the Jetstar A320 200 departure here on runway 16. And this is going to be going to the Sunshine Coast. It's JQ792.
On a 600 at Echo line at runway 16. 784 heavy, Melbourne Tower.
And there goes that Jetstar A320.
792, contact departures, Cadet.
And sparing no time at all, we have the Qantas flight QF600 off to Brisbane, the first flight of the day. And guys, you may notice at the top right hand corner of the screen we have a little counter there for the milk runs. As promised, we got that all sorted and all working. So for each Sydney flight that we have here, arrival or departure, we'll be counting that and seeing how many we can get to by the end of the stream. I think with any luck we could probably get up to maybe 50. So I'm looking forward to it. It might even be more than 50, to be honest with you. Because we are streaming for 6 hours, there is a lot of flights a day.
One and company on Foxtrot, enter runway 16 northbound and enter runway 27 westbound. Runway 16 northbound and then enter runway 27 westbound. Car 1,
And Chris asks, heard you plan to visit LA in January?
600, contact departure.
I am indeed, yes. Planning to visit LA a little bit later on this month. Definitely looking forward to it. Should be right at the end though. Right at about the 31st of Jan and then rolling over for the next 10 days in February. So very much looking forward to that. It's going to be the first trip of first international trip of 2023, and they're going to be joined there with Max and Sam from Aviation Videography, so it's going to be a great little trip there. Lots of streaming to be had, and in general just a lot of laughs. And Chris says, can't stay, but Matt, a point of order, does the extended milk run count? Chris, no, for this stream I'm not going to count the extended milk run, as Max likes to say. Just going to be the Melbourne and Sydney flights, just out of a genuine curiosity on how many Melbourne-Sydney flights we do actually get. You can see on screen there one of Jetstar's new A321 Neos being tugged in there to the Terminal 4.
Tower and company, thanks. At the end, backtracks approved to hold short runway 16.
And great to see a few people in the chat there. We've got Bart, we've got Becky Davies. Amelia, good morning. Thanks for tuning in to our stream here. And looks like Bart there's got 5,000 subs. Mate, congratulations.
Got a 784 wind,
growing really fast.
Runway 16 cleared to land.
Bart is a wonderful plane spotter and videographer over there in Amsterdam doing his own live stream, so do check him out if you want to see what's happening in the busier side of the world in comparison to Australia. V1 Aviation. And good day, Clayton. Thanks for tuning in. Going great this morning. Got lots of great things to catch. Got some A350s for you as well, Clayton, so do stay tuned for that. And guys, it looks like the first couple of Melkrons are actually on radar now.
Melbourne Tower, Quadrant 402 ready.
Slowly taxiing over there to runway 16. I don't think they're actually quite visible yet on screen, but on flight radar they have lit up. So there's going to be 2 Melkrons to start the stream off, which is great. And on final approach now we have QF784, which is a Airbus A330-200 flight from Perth, doing the red-eye flight, departing Perth at about I think it's like midnight or so, 11 p.m, and then arriving into Melbourne the next day at 6 a.m. So here it is, the first heavy of the stream as well, starting off strong here with the national carrier Qantas. And good day, all the way from Spain. Melbourne is certainly on the busier side. It's getting a lot better since the pandemic. But it is certainly not as busy as Madrid. But nevertheless, I do hope you enjoy. We've chosen the busiest time of day to come out and film, right in the middle of the morning rush.
698 Melbourne Tower. Velocity 803, line up runway 16. Line up 16.
Melbourne Tower ready 2023.
X202 Melbourne Tower.
And good day, David. Thanks for tuning in all the way from Scotland. Glad that I can provide you with a bit of a stream here. It's nice and cold over here as well, but it's slowly going to get a little bit warmer.
803, runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
So I do hope that you enjoy what we have in store for you this morning. But here is our first milk run of the stream. This is going to be the Virgin Australia flight VA803 off to Sydney. So that is one milk run already.
Qantas 402, line up runway 16.
Line up runway 16, Qantas 402.
We're climbing out of runway 16. And Bart, at the moment I do have it plugged into the computer for better audio. Next to the mic came out a little bit scratchy, I guess you could say. So I've got a little cord that plugs it in to the audio. And on the runway there we have our next milk run. And so Dave asks, what is a milk run? So a milk run is the name given to the Melbourne to Sydney flight.
402, runway 16.
Comes from back in the day when milk bars were a bit more dominant. And when you needed stuff, when you needed milk or bread, you'd quickly do a run to the milk bar, a milk run. And because it happens so frequently and it's so often, the Melbourne-Sydney flight, which is also a very frequent service, has been given the name the Milk Run. So it might be a bit of just an Australian thing, but we're sort of running with it and counting how many flights we actually get between Melbourne and Sydney on the stream. So we've got 2 so far now, And we're going to have more. I think there's already some inbound from Sydney. There we go. We can see the sun starting to peak up as well. We're getting a little bit of colour on those planes. And in the fields on the back there.
39 Melbourne Tower. Velocity 698, wind 170 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
Land runway 16, 698.
And Chris is going to head out for some time. For the LA trip, would I be able to see your Instagram story without having an account? Would it be possible to leave when you arrive down on the YouTube community tab? I'll have to see. Usually the community tab I don't post the travels, I more post the sort of updates on the channel. Might promote a video here or two here and there just to push that out a little bit if the video is worthwhile, I think. But I could definitely try and put something on there just so you can sort of be updated. But I'll definitely be there from January 31st onwards. That's sort of locked in now. We have the accommodation all booked, we've got the rental car booked, so we will be there at the very end of January. And coming in on runway 16 now, we have the Virgin Australia flight from Perth. Following that Qantas, this is VA 698. Look at the lighting.
Rex 202 line up runway 16.
Line up 16, ready.
Rex 202 runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff Rex 202.
Company, would you rather proceed up to Bravo and then finish the inspection southbound? I've got one about a minute away. Go on, vacate northbound onto Alpha and then at Bravo hold short runway 16.
And coming in the chat now, I'm just adding a little bit of a poll. Sort of gauge with you guys what your favorite Australian airline is.
Qantas 839 and wind 160 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16
Guys, the poll is out in the chat. And if you're not from Australia and you don't know what some of these airlines are, you'll see them a lot on the stream. We have so many flights between all four of those airlines with Rex, Jetstar, Qantas and Virgin Australia. And speaking of Rex, that was Rex flight ZL202 off to Brisbane.
202, contact departures, good morning.
Departures Rex 202.
737-800. And sparing no time at all, giving me no time to get the camera around, we have the Qantas flight QF839 from Darwin, landing here on runway 16.
Car 1 and company at Bravo into runway 16 southbound and hold short of runway 27.
The lighting is absolutely stunning. Some beautiful contrast there with the thick clouds and also just the beautiful plains and fields of Melbourne Airport. Melbourne Airport is built on a farmland, so it's no stranger to having some wildlife in the back as well. Remember, there was one stream we actually had cows, which is ironic because there's so many milk runs. So you can see a nice sort of thick layer of darker clouds there, providing some awesome contrast for us. And if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that subscribe button if you are enjoying the stream. If you want to help the stream out, do make sure to give it a like if you haven't already. By clicking that like button, you're going to push the stream out to more like-minded aviation enthusiasts. And we can see over there, just taxiing over to runway 16, we have 2 Virgin Australia 737 flights. The first one is going to be going to the Sunshine Coast as VA 1029. Which is just turning onto runway 16 as we speak. Good day, Hayden. Thanks for tuning in this morning. And Clayton going with Qantas. Good job, Clayton.
Melbourne Tower, just 731 ready.
Just 731 Melbourne Tower. Come on, company, thanks.
So for those tuning in and watching Flight Radar at the same time, we have the Emirates A380 flight coming in very, very shortly. EK406, direct from Dubai. So if you want to check Flight Radar, you can. It's just there, about 20-30 minutes away from the airport. And going to be one of the big highlights for this morning, particularly in this lighting as well. Going to be a stunning little catch. And departing just before it or just after, depending on the OTP, we're going to have the Emirates flight EK409, another A380. And departing now, we have the Virgin Australia flight VA 1291. And this is going to be going to Cairns, right at the very top of Australia in northern Queensland. Got a long flight ahead.
Contact departures, g'day.
And it looks like we have a new channel member here.
731 runway 16.
The Celia's joining the Airbus A380 King class. Thank you so much for joining the HD Melbourne Aviation membership. I do hope that you enjoy the little perks you get for doing that, and also for supporting the channel and the live streams. Really do appreciate it, mate. It's a pleasure to have you on board. And just check out the channel membership page so you'll be able to see the perks that you do get. They're all listed out on there. And again, mate, I really do appreciate it. And on screen there, we have the Jetstar Airbus A320 departure off to Launceston, going down south to Tasmania. Rotating nice and early for us. And Clayton, it sure is amazing. It is a great looking livery,
Jetstar 731,
particularly on
contact
the
departures
A380s.
Star 731.
And of course we can't forget the new livery on the Jetstar A321 Neos. Currently we have 2 on the ground now. For those who tuned into Max's stream a couple of days ago, oh no, actually we do have 3. One of them's over at the international terminal. I can just see the tip of the orange tail. And Hayden, yes, a lot of international flights this morning at Melbourne. Thursday mornings tend to be the busiest morning, in my opinion, for the international flights. We have a few flights that don't come on many other days, such as the Garuda Indonesia A330s.
36, wind 160 degrees 9 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
And it looks like was it Royal Brunei? It's coming a little bit late, which is great. So nice to always get that and some good lighting. The 787, a bit of a favourite here on the streams. And we can see just push back there, we have a Jetstar A321, a non-Neo, and this is going to be going to Cairns as well, chasing after that Virgin Australia that we saw just before. And Clayton, yes, we have that Qantas A330 coming in next, flying just over Lancefield at the moment, QF36 from Singapore. This was formerly an Airbus A380, but has now been replaced with an A330 while Qantas slowly reactivate their A380 fleet. So with any luck, one day it will be back to an A380, as it was a very popular flight, it still is a very popular flight. And good day Lady Cat, thanks for tuning in and joining us here this morning at Melbourne Airport. Hayden, yes, the Yam Dreaming 787 is coming in a little bit later as QF94, direct from Los Angeles. It's going to be great to get that one as well. Hopefully we can get the takeoff too. We have the LA flight that takes off at about 11 AM. So if we are lucky, that's going to be sort of the only 787 on ground that will be able to operate that flight. And you're certainly right, runway 27 does cross runway 16. They are about halfway through both of them actually. But that doesn't stop them from using both. And right there is QF36, all the way from Singapore. About to complete its 6.5 hour flight from the Asian Super Hub. And Roy, Edinburgh, unfortunately have never actually been up there, but I do plan to go there middle of this year on a bit of a UK and Nordic trip. So going to be doing lots of filming there. Edinburgh is on the list to at least spend a day at to get some footage and showcase what a great airport it is.
Qantas 36, contact ground 121.7 vacated.
107, Qantas 36, good night.
Look at that lighting, oh my god. I absolutely love it. You got the fantastic contrast there of the runway. And the orange glow of the sunrise. Absolutely stunning. And hopefully we can get some of the A380s in similar light. So EK406, guys, is coming up very, very soon. The Emirates A380 direct from Dubai. So for those who are watching on Flight Radar, you're able to track it. It's about 20 minutes away now, 27 minutes according to Flight Radar. And yes, sure have been. been to Auckland a couple of times now, done a lot of videos on Auckland, and hoping to be back there at some point this year to do some more filming. It is a great little airport and provides a few wonderful locations to get some really, really nice footage. Particularly when they land over, I think it's 05. And Hayden, yes, please don't use runway 27. Making use there of the new members runway 27 stickers. Or should I say no 27. And as for South Africa, yes, do want to get to Cape Town at some point, probably in 2024. And hopefully South African Airlines will be a little bit more dominant in the market, because as of right now they're still reactivating a few planes. So hopefully by then we can have maybe some A340, maybe a 600. I think they want to get the A350s, and they want to get those back. But we'll see how that sort of transpires. And also I want to get some footage from the from Johannesburg. I know it's possible to get some footage. I know it's also a hard airport to film at, but we can make it happen. And we can see there on the screen the third Jetstar A321neo parked up there at the terminal just behind the Etihad, which will likely be going out to Denpasar a little bit later on this morning. So guys, welcome to Melbourne. For those who are just tuning in, I'm your host Matt, and I'll be taking you through the morning rush here at Melbourne Airport, Australia's second busiest airport. The current active runways is runway 16 for arrivals, runway 27 for departures unless requested. So most of the stuff at the moment has been using runway 16 for departure, which is just fantastic. And looks like the trend continues with the Jetstar A321 going to Cairns, which will be using runway 16 as well for departure. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps me out a ton, and it allows the stream to be pushed out to more people. And if you want to see more, the schedule for the streams on HD Melbourne Aviation is very, very sporadic. So hit that subscribe button so you'll be notified when I do schedule a live stream for the next day. That's if you are really enjoying it and don't want to miss it. You can see a Jetstar A320 just pushed back here of T4, and that is going to be going to Adelaide.
942 Melbourne
So that should be taken off very,
runway
very soon.
16 cleared for takeoff.
Yeah, take off for Charlie, runway 16, this is 942.
And Clayton, yes, all by myself today. No Max, unfortunately he had some commitments he had to do for his own channel, a bit of editing, and wasn't able to spare the time to come out here and join me on the stream. So I've got plenty of coffee with me. I've got a couple of bottles just to keep me going. And Sebastian, the busiest airport in Australia is Sydney. Sydney is sort of on a level of its own, quite far above Melbourne and anywhere else, but Melbourne is also holding its own now as a strong second position, with a lot more international flights in comparison to last year. And over on screen there, we have the Jetstar A321 going to Cairns as a JQ942, taking the full length of runway 16 for its departure.
Tower, g'day, Qantas 406 is ready.
Qantas 406, Melbourne Tower. Jet 942, contact departures, g'day.
942, g'day.
And good day, Alex. Thanks for tuning in. All the way from Central California.
Qantas 406, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16, clear for takeoff, Qantas 406.
So waiting on our next flight now. It's going to be Qantas QF 406 off to Sydney, milk run number 3. And for those who don't know what the milk run is the flight between Melbourne and Sydney. It happens so often that it is considered a milk run, as it is a very, very frequent little journey. That's going to be taking off in just a moment. We can sort of see it lining up there, just in the background.
And 773,
And
wind
there it goes.
180 degrees, 8 knots. Runway 16, cleared to land.
Runway 16, clear to land, flying out 773.
Milk run number 3.
Just 772, Melbourne Tower.
Melbourne Tower, velocity 725, ready.
I see 725, Melbourne Tower.
And Wes, yes I do. My favourite airline in Australia is actually Rex. They've got a great service, their on-time performance is fantastic, and their prices are brilliant for what it is. So Rex has my vote, but for fleet, definitely Qantas. Qantas still have the A380s, which is one of my all-time favourite aircraft, so they have a special place in my heart as well. On arrival here, we have our next heavy aircraft, and this is going to be the Japan Airlines 7878 coming in from Tokyo. It's JL773. And good day, Lucy. Thanks for tuning in to this morning's live stream.
Velocity 725, line up runway 16. Japan Air 773, contact ground 121.7.
121.7, Japan Air 773.
Velocity 725, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff.
And there is the Japan 787 there. Arriving in some really stunning lighting, my goodness.
Just 772, line up runway 16.
Absolutely stunning. And Lucy with a $20 tip there. Lucy, thank you so much. Really do appreciate your support. It's absolutely tremendous. Great to see you here on the stream as well, and I really do appreciate that a lot. Got an exciting show for you this morning, and I'm looking forward to spending the morning here with you. It's going to be great fun. Couldn't have chosen a better morning as well with runway 16 operations. And also the lighting. Cannot beat it. A stellar sunrise. So thank you so much once again, Lucy. Really do appreciate your support. And great to have you joining. And Good day, Joseph. Thanks for tuning in.
Star 772, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Velocity 725, contact departures, good day.
See you 725, come on.
And over there, about to depart off runway 16, we have the Jetstar A320. It's going to Adelaide. It's JQ 772. And Clayton asks, Matt, will you be excited to see the Royal Brunei 787? I absolutely will be. It's always a highlight here. And great to see it coming a little bit late to give us some better lighting on it. It's always been one of those elusive kind of birds. Always would arrive during the dark, super early. And now it's been retimed a little bit, which is wonderful to see. So now we can actually get it more commonly during the day. And thanks for tuning in all the way from Germany. And Edward could not agree more. The lighting is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Hopefully it stays this good. It was supposed to be cloudy this morning, so I'm a little bit taken aback. Even when I was driving over here and I could see, you know, the early remnants of dawn. I could see like the little orange band over the horizon. And I'm like, ah. Sunny, is it? And thanks for subscribing there, Baldy Grandad. And Joseph, thanks for subscribing as well. Hope you're enjoying the content. And looking forward to seeing you on more live streams. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy the show that we have for you this morning.
722, 18, wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16.
And unfortunately, no. Royal Jordanian do not fly through here. They don't come to Melbourne in general, or Australia, really. But maybe one day we'll get their 787s. I love the livery, something a little bit different with the black scheme. So it would be awesome to see. Calvin, good day, mate. Thanks for tuning in. And Clayton asks, do I see the Jetstar Jaffa Jet often? And have to say, I really don't. It doesn't fly often through here. You'll see on the streams, it's very rarely here. I think we caught it maybe twice. But because they have so many different planes, it's not as common to see certain ones as you think. And yes, Jetstar is the orange tail just on screen there. That is Jetstar, one of Australia's budget airlines. And as we go back to our arrival path, we have our next heavy aircraft arrival. This is going to be AirAsia X, Airbus A330-300, coming in from Kuala Lumpur. It's a D7-218. A relatively new service, only resuming flights back in November of 2022. After several years of not flying here, they moved to Avalon for a number of years. I think in 2018, they moved over to Avalon, and continuing on through 2020 before pausing flights due to the pandemic. But now they've restarted into Melbourne and they're back here in Melbourne, which is great to see. And they're currently doing daily flights, alternating between a 6 AM arrival and a 7:40 AM departure, which we can hopefully get on the stream. And they also have the 1 AM arrival and 2:40 AM departure, which is far less friendly. And we can see the Emirates A380 there, just in front of the AirAsia, which will be departing very, very soon as EK409. It's already heading up to the runway for its departure, which is going to be great to see. And this particular aircraft here, this AirAsia X, the plane is from Philippine Airlines.
218, contact ground 121.7 vacate.
Which I always think is quite cool.
There's our 121.7.
So they've either leased or bought some planes from Philippine Airlines. I don't know which one.
Just a 703 Melbourne.
Since they've done that, it's been operating all the Melbourne flights. So we've had this Euro-white scheme more often than not.
Bruno 5, wind 180 degrees 9 knots. Runway 16, cleared to land.
And there it is, vacating runway 16. And yes, Clayton, the naked AirAsia A330. And it looks like the pole, we have a very clear and uncontested winner here, and that is Qantas. Qantas is coming in first by a mile with 180 votes, leaning in Qantas's favour. Definitely will be putting up another poll shortly when I do get a little bit of a break between arrivals, because that's not going to be happening right now, because we have the Royal Brunei 7878 from Bandar Seri Begawan, the capital city of Brunei, which is right next to Malaysia. Coming in now with the 7878 Dreamliner. This is a daily service, and it used to arrive very early in the morning, as I said just before. However, they've since changed that. So instead of arriving at 4 AM or whatever it was, they now arrive at about 6:30. So just after sunrise, we're able to get some great light on the aircraft, which is really cool, being a yellow-based livery. So the sunrise really does enhance the livery quite a bit.
Now target agent 972 ready.
Just a 972 Melbourne Tower.
I love that, Robert. Snow White. Good little nickname for that AirAsia.
703, line up runway 16.
Line up 16, just 703.
Babu 88, heavy Melbourne Tower.
And Clayton says, one of your favourites, Matt, Brunei 787.
Contact ground 121 dash.
Definitely one of my favourites here in Melbourne, that's for sure.
Bit
of a unique kind of catch for us. Always nice to see it. And guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. It helps push the stream out to more like-minded aviation enthusiasts who may enjoy watching some Melbourne Airport plane spotting live from your living room. And for those who are just joining, at the top right of the screen we have a little milk run counter. This will track how many Melbourne and Sydney flights we catch on the stream, which I'm certainly looking forward to. It's going to be great fun. My prediction is about 50 before the stream ends at about 12 o'clock.
Line up runway 16.
So let's see if my prediction comes true.
Qantas 876 Melbourne Tower.
And on screen here we have the Jetstar A321 departure And I'm pretty sure this was going to Cairns, but I'm going to double check that in just a moment. Some great contrast on these.
Velocity 807, runway 16 cleared for takeoff. Jetstar 703, contact departures, good day.
And the Jetstar is flying to Hobart. My mistake. Operating as JQ 703. Our next departure here is going to be the Virgin Australia 737-800 going off to Sydney. The next milk run of the stream there. Operating as VA807. That brings us up to 4 milk runs so far. And we've only been streaming for about 40 minutes. And the arrivals haven't even started yet. So I think we're easily going to make that 50 prediction that I thought.
Bamboo 88, wind 170 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
Clear to runway 16, Bamboo 88.
Love a Clayton using those milk run stickers. Guys, put those stickers in the chat for the milk run. And that's right, Bart.
07, contact departures, good day.
Bart asks, where is everybody tuning in from? Bart himself is tuning in from Amsterdam in the Netherlands.
Course 876, line up runway 27 and
where are you watching the stream from? Where are you tuning in from? It's always really, really interesting to see where everybody is watching. And on screen there we have the Bamboo Airlines flight QH88 flying in from Ho Chi Minh City, wearing a very special livery there, the first 787 livery. A decal put on the 787 that Bamboo Airlines first received. Awesome to see, guys. We've got a lot of people in our backyard here in Australia. We've got a lot of people tuning in from Atlanta, Georgia. Wow. New York City, Baltimore, San Diego, Spain,
Charlie, Romeo, wind 180
USA,
degrees,
Sydney,
9 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
Netherlands. This is fantastic, guys. So cool to see the world joining in and watching what's going on here in Melbourne. And yes, a nice early morning light, that's for sure. Absolutely stunning, particularly when they start turning off the runways and you can see the light sort of going down the engines. You can see the cowlings, you can see the turbines spinning. It is awesome, absolutely awesome. Home of MPS. Home of MPS's hangar, where it sits for 20 days a month, I'd say. Maybe, I think that's a bit generous actually, flying for a third of the month.
Just 972 Melbourne Tower.
And for those who don't know, MPS is Martin Air Cargo, a 747 that has been pretty elusive to me. On about 20 different occasions I've had to actually catch the plane. I think I've only got it once. Other times it's either been broken or in maintenance or just doesn't go.
Just 500, sorry, was that your last instruction?
Or it comes at night. And Amsterdam at night is incredibly difficult to film. It's very dark along the Polderbaan. And arriving here we have the Emirates A380 EK406 arriving in direct from Dubai.
1511 Melbourne Tower, g'day.
Easily one of the highlights of the stream. And departing right after it should be the A380 to Dubai as well. Bit of a tag team.
876, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Yep, take off 27, 76.
Just a 972 at Echo, line up runway 16.
Runway 16, okay, this is 972.
Charlie Romeo, contact ground 121 decimal 7 vacated.
217, AMO 1 Kilo.
And Saki joining in from Finland. That's incredible, all the way up north. And Sandy, absolutely stunning weather this morning, and unforecasted too. The forecast was saying overcast, which is what I was expecting. So when I saw the little slither of light on the horizon as I was driving up, I was sort of hopeful it'd be like this. I'm like, oh, clear on sunrise, that could be good. And as the morning's gone, it has cleared up a little bit more, because it was very thick clouds when I did wake up. And it was only when I started getting closer to the airport that I could see that it was getting clearer and clearer on the horizon. And our next catch here is going to be a Jetstar flight JQ972 off to Perth. It's an A321 non-neo. Just about to rotate here off runway 16.
Melbourne Tower, good morning. The 1511, wind 170 degrees 8 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
And could not agree more. The concrete coloured sky in the back is great for spotting, particularly when that sun comes out. So you can see the contrast is really good at the moment. The clouds are dark and the sun is bright and orange. And could not agree more there, Clayton. The lighting just really makes that A380 stand out more than it already does. I mean, the A380 is a huge head turner. I know when you see that on approach, everyone looks over like, oh boy, like the big boy's coming.
3513,
and you can tell right away exactly what it is. You know it's an A380.
160, hold short runway 16, Rex 3530.
And there we go, the A380 is slowly making its way over there to the international terminal. So here in Melbourne, the international terminal is Terminal 2, which is going to be very full after the morning rush today. Thursday mornings is the busiest morning here at Melbourne for international arrivals. We've got airlines that come in today that don't come on other days, such as Air Vanuatu, Garuda Indonesia.
502.
And there's a few other various flights throughout the morning that have extended frequencies that always seem to land on a Thursday. And now that we have just a minute here, let's see if I can get another hole up. So Qantas won by a mile there. 75% favorability.
13 at Echo, runway 16, line up, expedite.
Expedite, line up, runway 16, Rex 3530.
Alright guys, favourite Gulf carrier. The four options are Emirates, Qatar Airways, Etihad and Saudia. have your say in the poll there. Mine personally is going to be Etihad. Love their A380s, which are rumoured to be coming back, and the livery on them is stunning.
Zero 46, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Runway 16, clear to land.
And unfortunately, can only add 4 options. But we'll add Gulf Air into the next one. Let's try and choose bigger airlines as well that could sort of compete with Emirates, Etihad, and Qatar, because Gulf Air's got a relatively small fleet, and also Bahrain is a bit smaller in comparison to size and city population and such. And arriving on runway 16 now, we have flight QF46 International 737 coming from Denpasar.
67 Mike, assigned heading 160, climb to 3,000 feet. At Charlie, runway 16 line up.
Okay, heading 160, 3,000 feet, and clear line up weight, runway 16, right Charlie, Emirates, 67 Mike.
3513, contact departures.
3513.
46, make coding contact ground 121.7.
117, 46.
And looks like Emirates is winning there with 57%. Qatar and Etihad coming in neck and neck at second at 20%. 19% now. Emirates just got another vote. And Saudia coming in last there at 3%.
Emirates 67 Mike, next arrivals at 5 miles, runway 16, remain tower frequency.
Yes, definitely a tough choice. Wanted to make it a little bit tricky. Unlike the Australian Airlines one where Qantas reigns supreme on that by a mile at like 78% or something. And looks like we have our next departure here. This is going to be the Emirates A380 flying off to Dubai as EK409. Just lining up here on runway 16, about to embark on its 13-hour and 45-minute journey across the Indian Ocean.
Velocity 094, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Melbourne Tower, good morning, Baltic 6004.
6004, tag day, hold short, runway 16, and confirm ready.
No, that Qantas is not hanging around, getting off that taxiway ASAP to get the runway nice and clear for the A380 departure.
7 Mike, climb to 5,000 feet.
5,000 feet, Emirates 67 Mike.
Emirates 67 Mike, contact departures.
And our next arrival is going to be the Virgin Australia flight VA94 coming in from Denpasar as well, chasing that Qantas 737 that landed just a few minutes ago. And absolutely agree there. The A380 is a stunning aircraft, easily one of my favourites. And this little patch there of the two A380s in the morning here at Melbourne is by far the highlight of my day when I come out plane spotting. And Nettie, they were supposed to be here now doing the LA flights, but that's been pushed back, I think, indefinitely. But they will be back here eventually once they have the aircraft activated to do it. At the moment, they want to focus on Sydney, getting the LA flights restored, and also getting the Singapore-London flights a little bit more consistent as well, with a backup plane just in case things go wrong. Like I think the other day they had to divert to Athens. And Karen says I can't answer that last survey question because I like them all. They are 4 great airlines. And yes, we'll be definitely seeing some Air New Zealand today. We've got some A320 Neos coming in very, very shortly. I think those are all coming in from the main cities. We've got Christchurch and I think Queenstown. One comes in as well in the morning. And good day, Papa Kilo. Thanks for tuning in. And for everybody who's just tuning in, I'm Matt, and I'm your host here this morning, taking you through the morning rush of Melbourne Airport. The active runways is runway 16 for both arrivals and departures. The weather is clear. It's about 14 degrees Celsius, despite the fact that the sun is out. And we have some fantastic aircraft to catch this morning. It's just past 7 AM. Now we've had a nice little stack of arrivals and departures, and now we transition towards the second patch of the early morning rush. And I do hope you enjoy it. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It does help out a ton getting the stream recommended to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. Back to the show, guys. This is the Jetstar A320 Sydney, milk run number 5. There we go, guys. 5th milk run of the morning. And that's awesome. So glad that you're enjoying the videos. Great to actually talk to you this morning. That's the best part of doing these live streams. You get to engage with you guys, you get to engage with everybody who's been watching the videos, enjoying the content, and to showcase Melbourne live and other places around the world. I think some of my 4K videos can be a bit deceptive in that way, because I will compile like a bunch of the best stuff together in 20 minutes. It's like, wow, Melbourne looks great. And then you see it live and it's like, oh, it's a little bit slower than the 4K videos, but it's still good. And taking off here, we have the Bartik 737-800 operating as ID 6004, flying off to Denpasar. So in that poll, looks like Emirates is still winning there at 56%. Always a crowd favourite. Along with these Jetstar A321 Neos. Another real crowd favourite there. Got one push back and going to be departing very, very soon. And thank you very much for that, Bart. Bart saying thank you all so much for tuning in. Have you already liked the stream? It helps both Matt and the stream. Likes will help the stream get notified by more aviation enthusiasts here on YouTube. Thank you so much, Bart, for reminding everyone there. And yes, likes are definitely imperative to these streams' reach. So if you are enjoying it, do make sure to hit that like button if you haven't. Our next milk run of the stream is taking off now. It's going to be Qantas flight QF410 off to Sydney.
Juliet's available if that suits you. The wind 170 degrees, 10 knots. Runway 16 clear to land.
So for those who don't know, the milk run is given its name because back in the 70s, the 80s, when the milk bars were far more popular than they are now. When you needed food, when you needed milk, when you needed candy, when you needed anything, newspapers, you would quickly run to the milk bar. And because it was such a big thing and it happened so frequently to get one or two things, the Melbourne-Sydney flights have been sort of given that little nickname of the milk run because the services are so frequent. As we can see, we've already had 6 since we've started the stream. 6 flights between Melbourne and Sydney, between I think now 3 different carriers: Jetstar, Virgin and Qantas. So because it's so frequent and it's just a little hop up to Sydney, it's been given the name Milk Run. So we're going to be counting how many milk runs we get before the stream ends. My prediction is about 50, but I could be very wrong. We're just going to have to wait and see. And Hayden, really generous $2 tip there. And Hayden says TR18 Scoot, due in at 11:25 AM with a Pokemon livery. That is going to be fantastic. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much once again, Hayden, for your very generous donation there. And I'm definitely looking forward to the Pokemon livery. It's going to be awesome to catch that. And I think this is the first time we're actually going to get the Pokemon livery on stream.
1512 at Echo, runway 16, line up.
Sorry, runway 16, line.
And arriving on screen, here we have our next milk run. This is JQ501, arriving in from Sydney. And sorry about the framing on that. Trying to do this one-handed to update the little counter there. There we go. Filming one-handed is not so easy. Especially when you're not looking at the camera. So thank you once again, Hayden. Really do appreciate that, mate. And Pokemon is coming at about 11:25 AM. So we can see it just down the bottom left-hand side of the screen. It's 7:11. So we still got about 4 hours before we do see the Pokemon livery. So do stay tuned for that.
12, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
And thanks for tuning in, Nabila. And thank you so much for the New Year's wishes there. I hope you've had a great New Year as well. Always great to have you joining into the live streams. Our next departure is going to be a Qantas 717 going off to Canberra. It's just starting to barrel down runway 16 now.
Qantas 132, wind 150 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16.
Operating as Qantas flight QF1512. Doing the very, very short 40-minute hop over to Canberra, the capital city of Australia. And Stephen, we don't get too many biz jets here in Melbourne. The BizJets tend to go to our secondary airport, Essendon,
1512,
which has,
contact departures.
I'd say, better facilities for the BizJets, and also it's closer to the CBD. So because of its proximity and all that, it is far more efficient if you're travelling on a BizJet to land at Essendon, and also it's a lot cheaper. The landing fees at Tullamarine, Melbourne Airport, which is where we are, is incredibly high in comparison to Essendon, which is for general aviation, regional aviation, and corporate aviation. On arrival here, we have an international flight. This is going to be Qantas flight QF132, arriving from Christchurch. So just flying across the pond from New Zealand. And Linus, yes, the time difference is pretty huge between Melbourne and Germany.
Stuff by 60 tech.
It's as close to time travel as we get. We're already in tomorrow morning.
671, I think, runway 16 line up. 32, vacating, contact ground 121.
Thank you so much for sending over the 737. Really do appreciate it. And Thonk, you just go to the Terminal 4 car park, park your car on one of the higher levels, like level 7, 6 or 5, and then you look over towards the airport, and this is the view that you're sort of greeted with. And a fantastic view it is. You get a full 180 panorama shot of the whole apron, the southern side of the airport. Always worth coming here. This is easily one of the best spots at Melbourne Airport to enjoy watching the planes from. Although it does come with a little bit of a price tag if you are parking your car. So that's something to keep in mind. On departure here we have QF flight 671 off to Adelaide, the capital city of the state South Australia.
Wind 150 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And a PF. So essentially the milk run is just a little nickname awarded to the Melbourne and Sydney flights. It's called the milk run because back in the day, when milk bars were far more popular than they are now, used to quickly go there to get milk, go there to get bread, go there to get candy, go there to get newspapers, go there to get everything. And because of the frequency and the short little dash to the milk bar, the Melbourne-Sydney flight is sort of the same thing. They quick dash up north to Sydney, quick dash down to Melbourne, and it happens so often that it's been nicknamed the milk run. So that's sort of the little history behind that nickname, and a lot of Australians will refer to it as the milk run. And arriving here, we have our next arrival. This is going to be Qantas flight QF401 from Sydney. Our next milk run. That's already up to 8. It's happened so quickly. Looks like our DHL 767 has just pushed back and will be departing for us. We've got our second Jetstar A321neo pushed back as well. 2 great catches for the stream. And thank you so much, Clayton, for putting in the chat there our next heavy aircraft arrivals. And there we go.
60 runway 16
latest milk run, vacating runway 16. And Linus, thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed those videos. My next visit to Germany is going to be in summer of this year. Planning to go to Munich to get the A380s, and of course stopping into Frankfurt and hopefully Leipzig as well to catch a few things there. And on departure we have our new Jetstar A321neo. Departing in some stunning light, and I'll check in just a moment where that one's going.
Velocity 1361, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And Jetstar A320neo is going to Brisbane, the capital city of Queensland, as JQ560. And there is the other A321neo making its way over there to runway 16 for its departure to the Gold Coast, which is just south of Brisbane by about 100 kilometres.
Melbourne Tower, good morning, continuous number 2, there'll be 2 departures prior to your arrival, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots.
And we can see just in front of that 321neo is the DHL 767 freighter, which will be flying direct to Singapore. Just after the A321neo, I think it's going to be following very closely behind.
Expedite, please.
And Paul, thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that, and glad you've been enjoying the streams on my channel and also Max's channel, Aviation Videography. Great to have you tuning in this morning and enjoying the Melbourne traffic once again. Definitely on the busy side, and also having the sun out is a great little bonus as well, making the videos even nicer.
13,
and our next departure here is another milk run, guys. JQ502 off to Sydney. It's an Airbus A320. And of course, our next flight is going to be Virgin Australia VA813 off to Sydney, the next milk run. That already brings us up to 10 milk runs as the stream has started only about an hour and 20 minutes ago, which is incredible. Already up to 10, about a fifth of the way to my prediction before the end of the stream. I was saying it's going to be about 50, but now that I'm looking at it, maybe I've under-predicted it. We'll see. And Linus asks, what's the best country Maywood Airport I have been to? There's quite a few, but I think the best airport I've ever been to is Anchorage in Alaska, so the United States of America. And the USA has some brilliant airports as well. All in all, you got, you know, New York, you have Chicago, you have Miami, all fantastic airports.
Clear to land.
But Germany is one of my favorites as well in Europe, with Frankfurt, Hahn, Leipzig, and also Munich as well. Some wonderful little areas to get some videos at all those German airports, which is really cool. I love in Frankfurt, the spot right behind runway 18. I know parking there has been a bit of a challenge recently, and there's a lot of roadworks as always, but you get right up close to the departures. They sound incredible.
6813, contact departures.
And there's nothing more thrilling. And Clayton, yes, counting both landings and takeoffs for the milk run. Certainly worth doing both, I think. And it looks like my phone is struggling to load the internet. That's always fun. And Simon, yes, there is a huge amount of flights between Melbourne and Sydney.
4:30, are you ready for an immediate departure? 737 at 3.5 miles. So 4:30 at Echo, expedite, line
Just
up
give me a
runway
moment, just trying to connect my phone back to the internet. I have no idea why it just sort of dropped. So I can't track the flights until I get that back up. There we go. So we just missed another milk run. So this Virgin Australia here that's just vacating runway 16 came from Sydney as VA 800.
So 4:30, traffic inside 3 miles now, runway 16.
Ticket there to 11.
For immediate takeoff.
16, for immediate takeoff, 4:30.
And why does ask, is there really a need for so many Melbourne to Sydney flights? I guess so. I guess they wouldn't be doing it otherwise. That's why we're counting it, because I am curious how many they actually do have in a day.
Velocity 1313, wind 17 degrees, 10 knots. Runway 16, clear to land.
16, clear to land, what's the
Good to see MJ Scanlon joining in. Haven't seen you in a while, mate. Great to have you tuning in to this morning's live stream.
11 heavy tag day.
And Bart asks, are the cash cows around?
4:30, contact
I don't think they are actually. They've moved them over to another paddock. I was looking for them this morning when I first got here.
11 at Charlie, runway 16, line up.
Charlie, runway 16, line up away, 11.
And Michael, I sure have been. Visited for one night and managed to do some filming over there in Berlin. The video is still yet to be released, but it will eventually be uploaded at some point. And Toe Eater, I love the name, says, what's the best aircraft you've spotted?
Indonesia 716, heavy Melbourne target.
All does come down to personal preference, but in my opinion it is the IL-96. Managed to catch two so far, that being the Cubana IL-96-400 and also the Russian Special Squadron, which is the IL-96-400 as well.
11, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 16, 11.
And our next departure is going to be the DHL 767, which will be departing to Singapore as HJ11.
Velocity 309 ready.
Velocity 309, tag day.
Departures, Stars 111, goodbye.
Awesome little catch there. Our
RC
sole
729,
767
are you ready for an
operator
immediate
here in
departure?
Melbourne. Not a common aircraft type in Australia in general.
729, traffic's at 330, just at 4 miles now.
And
There's a
good day,
short delay
Donald.
for wait
Thanks for
2
tuning
miles.
in.
Be ready for an immediate departure. When it's available at Charlie runway 16 lineup, expedite.
Running up 16.
Looks like Emirates won that pole by
Malaysia
a mile
716,
there at
continue the
58%.
approach runway 16 traffic
I'm
line.
going to add another pole.
Very
Just give me
short
1
line.
second, guys.
Velocity 729, traffic at 2.5 miles, runway 16 cleared for immediate takeoff.
Okay, guys. What region are you tuning in from? We have Asia, Americas, North and South, Europe, or the Oceania. Make sure to let me know. And click on the poll. Let's see the most popular continent. And looks like we have our next arrival here, which is going to be the Garuda Indonesia A330-300 arriving in from Jakarta,
36 Melbourne Tech,
the capital there of Indonesia, our neighbours to the north.
160 degrees, 0 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
Let's land, runway 16.
And good day, Shirley. Thanks for tuning in.
Lost 11 tag day.
This is operating as flight GA716 and is a recent resumption. Garuda Indonesia last year actually decided to axe a lot of their international flights, and now with travel rebounding they decided to restart the Melbourne flights after initially saying that
Charlie
they'll only
runway
be continuing
16
slightly
lineup,
in Australia.
expedite.
So it's great to see, and I hope that the strong travel continues and they are able to even open up some flights to other Australian
C729,
cities
thank you, contact departures.
like Brisbane.
Departures, good morning.
Thanks, sir. Indonesia 716, mate, counting the runway at Golf, contact ground 1.7.
And Golf 1217, Indonesia 71.
And let me know where you're tuning in from by answering the poll above. Got Europe as the most popular here at 42%, the Americas coming in second at 33%, and Asia and Oceania coming in
C309, runway
34th.
16 cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 16, 2309.
And there we go, vacating runway 16 after its 6-hour journey from Jakarta. And Felipe tuning in from France. Good day, mate. Thanks for stopping by and having a look what's happening down under. And
50 Melbourne Tower.
Greg, yeah, it actually is.
Do you have the proceeding inside? If not, bring
Australia's
the
a
speed
bit of
back,
a
please.
mix of everything. It's the world's cultures all in one place. We love all of it. We love baseball, we love hockey. Pretty much any international sport, there's
Thank
actually
you.
a
Number 2, wind 170 degrees.
there's an interest here as well.
So 036, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots now, runway 16 clear to land. C309, contact departures.
And only
309.
80 likes to go until 400 likes, guys. Support has been fantastic this morning. We've only started an hour and a half ago. And usually the goal at the end of a stream is 500 likes. So this is seriously incredible. So if you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. And good day, Cillian. Gone great this morning. Enjoying the wonderful light and the wonderful amount of aircraft that's coming in this morning. Thursday mornings is such a busy one. As you can see here, I barely have a have a chance to even look at the flight
Air 11,
details.
you ready for an immediate departure?
Coming in here we have Jetstar flight
Air 11, Charlie, runway
JQ36
16,
from
line up,
Denpasar. This is one of their new A321neos, which means now we've had all 4 coming through Melbourne this morning. We've had 2 that just took off to do domestic flights between Brisbane and Gold Coast. We've got JQ36, which has just landed here. And we also have another A321neo in the terminal.
1217, it's 036.
And NM Flyer says not bad for prison colony. I love it. Well, we may be a country of convicts, but we've done alright for ourselves over the last couple hundred years.
Traffic's a dash 8 inside, miles runway 16 cleared for immediate takeoff.
And John, good day, shooting in all the way from New York, the city that never sleeps.
New Zealand to 11, Melbourne target A, continuous number 2, wind 170 degrees.
And we have another milk run here. This is going to be flight VA811 going to Sydney, another 737-800. So for those who are just tuning in, the milk run is a name given to the Melbourne Sydney flights due to the frequency and also the quick nature of them, just like a little dash to the milk bar when they were a far more popular thing. So that is milk run flight number 12.
811, contact departures.
Absolutely incredible.
Plus 177.
And Bart says the milk, the 737 from Rex is a milk run as well, which is just taxiing up to the end of runway 16 now as we speak, which will be bringing the counter up to 13. Only in an hour and a half, so 13 of the flights have been milk runs, which is incredible. Name them the beer run, NM Flyer says. I think we've got to do that with another flight. If we had Lufthansa or KLM, I definitely would, because they are very big on their beer up there, which is absolutely awesome. And lining up now to runway 16, we have an international flight. This is going to be Qantas QF177 off to Queenstown. And thank you, Ian, there for subscribing. Hope that you're enjoying the content, and great to see you tuning into the stream and joining me this morning here for the morning rush at Melbourne Airport, Australia's second busiest airport.
New Zealand to 11, wind 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 16 cleared to land. 70 Melbourne tag, morning number 2, wind 160 degrees, 1 knots.
And Garfield, thanks for subscribing as well. Glad you're enjoying the videos, and I hope that you enjoy what we have in store for you this morning here at Melbourne Airport. It's going to be a great show, and I'm looking forward to it. And yes, Aircraft Explainer, you are a rare breed. Our next arrival is going to be Air New Zealand flight NZ211 from Christchurch. This is an Airbus A320neo, arriving from just across the ditch from New Zealand.
Rex 18 at Charlie, runway 16 line up.
Runway 16 line up, Rex 18.
vacating the runway at Golf, contact ground 1217.
Okay.
X18, runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16 is cleared for takeoff. Ready, morning, velocity 211 ready.
Velocity 211, Tower, good morning. Are you ready for an immediate departure when available?
And here we have our next milk run.
11,
Milk run number 13, the Rex 737-800 ZL18. And Christchurch is not too far, about 3 hours and 10 minutes away by flight from Melbourne.
Short runway 16, it's not really enough room with the proceeding now.
Cool.
670, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
670.
X18, contact departures.
Departures for X18.
04 Melbourne, target A number 2, there'll be a departure prior to your arrival, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots.
And while we wait for our next arrival, which is going to be a Qantas 737 flight from Adelaide, thank you so much for gifting that membership. Really do appreciate your support so much. It's been great having you here in the chat and talking to you this morning. Tuning all the way in from Germany, which is my home country and one of my favorite countries in the world. Absolutely appreciate your support. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you over the last several streams. And Lady Cat
15 tag.
was gifted that membership. Lady Cat, make sure to
11 at Charlie, runway 16 line up.
enjoy the perks that you get for the next month. And you can check the membership tab to see what they are, in case you forgot. I think you'll remember not long ago as well.
Continuous number 2. Number 1's at 3.5 miles, 130 knots ground speed.
And on screen now, you've got QF670. This is arriving in from Adelaide. And just one more time there, Fusilian, and also for the people who are tuning in.
2.5 miles, my 16.
So the milk run is given, or the milk run nickname is given to the Melbourne-Sydney flight due to the frequency and the quick nature of it, because it's only an hour flight, so it happens so often and it's so quick that people will call it a milk run. And this is based on the saying of running to the milk bar. So when people in the 80s and the 70s, and even the 90s, needed to get some milk, needed to get some bread, needed to get some candy, needed really anything, a newspaper, it'd be a quick milk run to the milk bar. And on screen here we have flight VA211 to Adelaide, another 737-800. Passing the two Melbourne towers there.
70 degrees, 12 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
6 to land, velocity at
15, are you ready for an immediate departure when available? You're ready for that. C211, contact departures.
I'll see 211.
At 15 at Charlie, runway 16, line up expedite.
And sparing absolutely no time at all. We already have another milk run arriving in here, and it's already touched down, which is a bit annoying. That's alright. There is the next milk run of the stream, number 14, VA804 from Sydney. And Michelle saying, still awaiting your Sydney special video, Matt. Hope you get it up soon. Definitely trying to get that up soon. We just made a 1 hour and a half video compiling of all the best catches that we managed to get throughout the year of 2022, which has taken way more time than we thought. We're supposed to get that one up on the 31st,
2 miles, runway 16, cleared for
before the
immediate
year ended,
takeoff.
but it took way longer to iron out some of the shakes, some of the like sort of bugs in it as well. We had a lot of rendering issues because it is so long. So it's put us back a little bit, so hopefully we can get that up soon, but it might take a little bit of time. And good day, Owen. Thanks for tuning in this morning, mate. Great to have you joining us here in Melbourne.
465 Heavy Melbourne Tower, continue the approach runway 16. Expect a late landing clearance.
We have another milk run departure here on runway 16. This is Virgin Australia flight VA815 off to Sydney. Really early rotation. These can't be full. There's so many that it just cannot be full.
Degrees, 12 knots, runway
Passing the
16,
towers.
clear to land.
Awesome shot there. When they do rotate that early, it is fantastic, particularly from a photography perspective.
CO15, contact departures.
And on approach, you can see a heavy. Looks like it is QF94, the special Qantas 787, the Yam Dreaming livery. Or is it QF94? No, I don't think it's QF94. I'm just looking at the radar now. No, sorry, my mistake. It's Thai. TG465 is an Airbus A350-900 arriving direct from Bangkok. And you'll be able to see that one on the right hand side of the screen. And Geordie has gifted 5 HD Melbourne Aviation memberships. Geordie, thank you so much, mate, for supporting the channel. Really do appreciate it, mate.
465, wind 160 degrees, 10
5
knots,
lucky
runway
viewers
16,
has
clear to
been
land.
selected for the membership. Nabila, Bart, Owens Aviation, Greg, and Flower. Make sure to thank Geordie for giving you a free month of HD Melbourne Aviation membership. You'll be able to see the perks on the membership tab. So thank you so much for that, Geordie. Really, really do appreciate it. Words can't thank you enough for your incredibly nice contribution there. And I'm so glad that you're enjoying the streams enough to help support it financially and to share the love, share the membership videos with those 5 lucky viewers. Thanks once again, mate, and enjoy this Thai A350 from Bangkok, dedicated to you.
Star 219 at Charlie, runway 16 line up.
Charlie 16 line up, just 219.
Vacating the runway at the rapid taxiway, Golf, contact ground 121.7.
Okay, taxiway direct to taxiway, Golf, contact ground 121.7, Thai 4665.
And Cillian, no, unfortunately Max had other commitments this morning and wasn't able to join me out here, but he will definitely be out for the next one.
178 Melbourne Tech, morning.
And that car was louder than all the planes at the airport combined. And John joining the Airbus A320 membership class. John, thank you so much, mate. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the membership program here at HD Melbourne Aviation. I hope you enjoy the little benefits that you get for being a member. check out the membership tab on the channel to see that and see what little perks you get. Really do appreciate it, and I'm so glad to have you on board. And I dedicate this Jetstar A320 departure to you, as you are part of the Airbus A320 class, and it's one of the cooler ones going to Queenstown. That's a JQ219. Awesome early rotation there.
Star 503, wind 130 degrees 18 knots, my 16 clear to land.
16 clear to land, Star 503.
That is our next international flight there, going to New Zealand, just across the pond. And it's Geordie becoming an Airbus A350 class member himself. Geordie, thank you so much for your incredible contribution. Also joining up to become a part of the membership program here at HD Melbourne Aviation. I really do appreciate it, and it's been great seeing you on some of Bart's streams as well. It's been an absolute pleasure watching those. I have unfortunately not been able to watch them with volume. The one that you guys did 2 nights ago now, I think. I was doing a little bit of multitasking there with my partner while we had a movie on. I was also tuning into the live stream. I didn't want to miss the Amsterdam live stream, but I didn't want to miss the movie night either. So thank you once again, and I do hope you enjoy those membership-only videos. We're going to start putting out some more now that the New Year's period is over. We're no longer, both Max and I, as busy as we were, so we have the time to start putting together some more videos. From all those exclusive airports. And a biller there with a $5 donation. And a cute little sticker there. Thank you so much, Nabila. Always a pleasure having you tune into the streams. Thank you so much for that little donation for the coffee run that I'll be doing after the stream ends. So it's great to see you here this morning, and I hope you enjoy the show that I have in store for you today. And Owen, I have to say, the best airport in Australia for me personally is going to be Sydney. It's the busiest airport, and also has the most A380s and 747s of the country. So very easily going to say this is Sydney, whereas Melbourne would be a very close second.
Heavy town.
And arriving here on runway 16, we have QF94, arriving in direct from Los Angeles. This wears the Yam Dreaming livery, the Aboriginal livery designed by Emily, a wonderful Aboriginal artist. And it is a stunning plane to catch. Really do appreciate all the little fine details on it. Look, you can see all the little dots and all the colour. Always a head turner, and everybody loves to catch the Yam Dreaming. There it is, vacating runway 16 after its 14-hour flight from Los Angeles. And yes, Toad, exactly right. The downside of not having Max here is no one can do the coffee run, so I've had to stock up on the coffees, bring them out with me, so I don't go uncaffeinated. But that's alright, Max will be here on the next one, and I'll be able to send him off to do the coffee runs or do it myself while he keeps the stream going. And our next departure here is on runway 16, and this is going to be Virgin Australia flight VA 677 off to Perth. Flying all the way to the other side of the country, the west coast.
Velocity 204, wind 140 degrees 15 knots.
Another really early rotation there for a Perth flight. And if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps support the stream. It's the best free way to support the stream, as it helps push it out to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. So the like button is just below the little stream window there, the video window. Thumbs up. If you have hit that like button already, thank you so much for your support, and glad that you are enjoying the show. Don't forget to hit that poll telling me where you're tuning in from. We have all the different regions of the world there: Europe, the Americas, Asia, and also Oceania. Arriving here is VA204 from Adelaide. 737-800,
Charlie, runway 16.
touching down on runway 16.
Runway 16, line 1, Charlie.
New Zealand 253, Melbourne Tower, good morning. Continuous number 1 now, runway 16, wind 130 degrees, 18 knots.
And Corinne, good evening. Thanks for tuning in from Germany, and wishing you a great evening here from Down Under. Flower. I tend to spot on level 6 when I'm doing a live stream, just based on the cover, in case it does rain. Melbourne is very famous for its 4 seasons in one day, so you can never be too careful. But if I'm not streaming, I'll generally go to the top floor, which is level 7. And the reason I do that is you get just a little bit higher, and you can elevate yourself just above the terminal there, so you get a little bit of a clearer roll on the runway 16 departures. Lined up there, we have the Batik Air 737-8 MAX going to Denpasar as OD 178, our next international flight. And probably the only 737 MAX of the stream. And a KCEEM. Thank you so much for subscribing. Glad that you are enjoying the show.
New Zealand 253, wind 140 degrees, 15 knots, runway 16, clear to land. Like 77 Melbourne Tower, today, continuous number 2. There'll be 2 departures prior to your arrival, wind 140 degrees, 5 knots.
And you can see those mean looking clouds there in the back, which is exactly why I choose level 6 to do live streaming from, just to stay undercover, because that looks like it's going to get wet. And you can sort of see actually that, you know, we've got some shelter here, we've got a roof, keeping all the gear dry just in case the rain does hit. And Karen, Etihad is being moved completely away from the terminal. Its departure is going to be much, much later. I think at like 3 PM or something. So a bit of a weather update now, guys. It's now mostly cloudy with a 15 degree temperature. The winds are southerly at 11 knots, which would explain why they're all using runway 16 for arrivals and departures. Quite a strong headwind. And these conditions expected to continue for the rest of the stream. And arriving here we have NZ253, an Airbus A320neo coming in from Wellington.
Qantas 414. At Charlie, runway 16, line up, expedite, be ready for an immediate departure, please.
And Alan 5919, thank you so much for subscribing. Glad that you are enjoying the show.
1596, tag, morning. New Zealand 53, request no delay vacating on the Rapid Golf and contact ground 121 days.
Slangway, good day, from Potsdam. I would have to say, favourite airport experience is definitely Anchorage, Alaska. Some of the 747 freighters that go through there, the MD-11s, It's absolutely unbelievable. It is an airport that is stuck in time. DC6s, DC3s. And Ronan, thanks for subscribing. Just want to mention that before continuing on with the airport experience.
65 at Charlie, runway 16.
Yes, for freight lovers like myself, loving the older aircraft, it is truly heaven on earth. And departing here at runway 16, we have our next milk run. It's going to be flight QF414, going off to Sydney. So that brings our tally up to 16. We've had 16 milk runs this morning. The milk run is the flight between Melbourne and Sydney, the busiest route in the country, and I think also second busiest route in the world. And there it goes, slightly out of camera there. Number 16, you can see on the top right hand of the screen, we have the little milk run counter, which will log all the Melbourne and Sydney flights that we catch on this stream today. We're going to be streaming for the next 4 hours or so, finishing up sort of around 12:30. So, already up to 16 milk runs. Clayton with the milk run stickers there in the chat. Thank you so much, Clayton, for making use of those. And for our channel members, do make sure to hit those milk run stickers in support of the milk run. Our next flight is going to be QF765 off to Perth. It is an A330-200 and the next heavy of the stream.
Killing 77, taxiway Echo is available to vacate, wind 150 degrees, 15 knots, runway 16, clear to land. 167.
There we go, we've got Lady Cat's leaf blower departing out of runway 16. Nice and early too, despite the fact that it's going to Perth, it was up in the air so quickly. And Corinne, yes it sure is the freight heaven. It is a dream, and definitely looking forward to going back there whenever I get the chance. Absolutely love it. Never been as excited to go plane spotting than I was at Amsterdam, seeing all those 747s coming in. And PF says, bye all, it was fun for my very first ever live chat. Maybe back a little bit later. Hopefully you can join a little bit later. We have still about 4 hours left before we start wrapping up. So there's plenty of time for you to tune back in and see what's going on over here in Melbourne. And good day, Rudy. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see my friend Rudy joining all the way from Los Angeles. Hope this gets you excited for your possible trip next year.
Vacating on Echo, make a right turn on Victor and contact ground.
And
Right turn on Victor, contact
good
ground.
day, Sue. Thanks for tuning in this morning. And Shelby, I hope you enjoy. I hope it looks good on the big screen. You'll be able to keep track of the milk runs pretty easily on the big screen as well. And Xian, thanks for tuning in from the Philippines. And thanks for tuning in as well, Aviation Delta. Great to have you joining me this morning at Melbourne Airport. We can see that the sun has sort of disappeared a little bit, but nonetheless, still going to get some great shots as they land in here on runway 16. Our next flight's going to be the Rex 737, arriving in from Adelaide as ZL402.
Over thank you, 1514 ready.
1514 taxi.
And Zimbabwe would be awesome. Do you guys still have the Zimbabwe Airways 762s?
Picture 1596 at Charlie, runway 16 line up.
Line up at Charlie, 16, Peter.
And Paveed, joining all the way from Kenya. G'day, mate. Thanks for checking out Down Under and seeing what we're getting here this morning.
Picture 1596, runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
16 cleared.
Just give me 1 second, guys. Got to plug the phone in. Battery is starting to die, so we definitely don't want that. There we go. Alright, our next departure is going to be a Qantas 717 going off to Newcastle. One of the T-tail classics. And one of the aircraft we're very lucky to get down here in Melbourne still. There's only 3 airlines to operate the aircraft type now left in the world, with Delta, Hawaiian Airlines and QantasLink. Super steep takeoff there. Definitely auditioning to be part of Elon Musk's SpaceX program. Rocketing out of Melbourne off to Newcastle as QF 1596. And John, let me give you some advice as an Australian. We don't want to think about that, because the number would be terrifying. And we also don't want to go in there ourselves. We will dodge the fields with long grass any day. And Raptor, no, that is a 717-200. Or, you know, it's more or less a DC-9 Neo. And this 717 is going to Canberra as QF 1514. 2 717s in a row. And Khalil joining in from Palestine. He says, keep up the good work. Thanks so much, mate. Great to have you here, and I hope you're enjoying the show that we have this morning in Melbourne. And thanks for tuning in, Danny. Glad that you're enjoying the show.
Departure, future 1540.
And tuning in all the way from Northeast USA. That is awesome. And the difference between Qantas and QantasLink, so QantasLink is more or less a subsidiary of Qantas, and they focus on the regional routes. For example, they will fly Melbourne-Canberra, Melbourne-Albury, Melbourne-Launceston. The flights that generally Qantas themselves wouldn't do. So QantasLink have the smaller planes to be able to make those routes viable economically. That's sort of the main difference, the fleet and the routes. But essentially it's all owned by the same thing. Just like Jetstar, it's all owned by the Qantas group. Guys, don't forget to answer the poll up above. Europe is the most popular place for our viewers this morning, tuning in at 43%, with the Americas coming in second at 32%, and Oceania at third at 15%, a home continent. And I think we have just a minute here to even put up another poll. Oh no, I spoke too soon, hang on. We're about to have 2 milk runs coming in, and one coming in and one going out, I should say. On arrival for runway 16, we have our next milk run. It's going to be the Virgin Australia 737-800. Operating as flight VA808. Good day, guys. Euro Aviation TV tuning in from Amsterdam. And no, unfortunately, no more A380s for the stream. We did get a couple right at the start. We managed to catch the Emirates arrival and Emirates departure in some of the best lighting you could possibly get. Some wonderful contrast. But now the Emirates A380 that is here will be staying here for the rest of the day. And Ray, the loud sound in the background is cars. So because this is a car park, there will be lots of cars that still go by to try and find a car park, and if they drive by too quickly, they can be pretty noisy because they hit the speed humps. And good day, thanks for tuning in all the way from Portugal, the literal other side of the world from me right now, down here in Australia. Hope that you're enjoying the traffic we're getting down under, and I hope you enjoy the show that we have for you this morning. Our next departure here is going to be the Qantas 737. Going off to Sydney is QF 418. This puts our total of milk runs this morning all the way up to 18. So essentially we're pretty much having it at about 10 an hour. And Edward, yes. It's a common mistake. But Canberra is the capital of Australia. And not Sydney. But Sydney is sort of the capital of tourism, the capital of this, capital of that. Sydney is usually the place to go. And Jason enjoying the show from a snowy Minnesota. Thanks so much for tuning in, Jason. And we have our next milk run, guys. QF 409 coming in from Sydney. That brings our total up to 19 milk runs. 19 already, and we only started the stream about 2 hours ago. It is incredible how many flights are between Melbourne and Sydney. Absolutely incredible. There it is, about to touch down on runway 16. And Owen, yes, lots of milk runs. And another very generous $5 tip there from Nabila. Nabila said, Max needs coffee too. Thank you so much for that. And he definitely would if he was out here with me. Today I'm going to be running the solo stream. Max had a few commitments that he had to do and wasn't able to join me in the end. But I'll definitely be shouting him that coffee for the next stream that we do, as he definitely is going to need it. We're going to do another 6 AM stream at some point, probably over the weekend. So thank you so much for your support, Nabila. It's always a pleasure having you here on the streams. And as we take a look over to the international terminal, if the camera would stop jumping, we can see the AirAsia X A330 has just started to push back and will be departing very, very soon as D7219 to Kuala Lumpur. Honestly, it's not doing too bad. AirAsia generally have a bit of a track record here of arriving and departing 12 hours late. And that's not even an exaggeration, that's just literally how it is. And today it seems to be going on time. And Hayden says, hi Matt, when are you coming back to Melbourne from America and what flight number? Hayden, that is still up in the air. I still have no idea exactly on the flight numbers. But it'll likely be about the 10th to 12th of February. And probably on QF94. Probably. I still haven't actually booked that flight yet. And Dennis, no, that is not true at all. I could only add 4 slots. And after I put it up, I actually kind of thought, hang on, I could probably put Oceania and Asia together as Asia Pacific, but then Central Asia doesn't count. So no matter what, I couldn't do that one. And you'd be surprised. I would say yes, the typical Australian is fearful of spiders. We're sort of taught at a young age about the dangers of spiders and snakes. So it's pretty common for us to be a little bit on edge about any spider. The best way to handle it is, or the best way we've been taught is every spider is essentially venomous. So it's better safe than sorry. Whether they are or not, you know, we're not really told that. It's just better to treat every spider as venomous. But I myself am definitely a little bit weary of the spiders in Australia. When I go overseas, I'm far less weary. For example, when I've gone to Europe, I see a spider and it's like, do your worst. But when I'm here and I see one that I definitely don't know, it's like, gonna give you some space. gonna back away from you. You can just do what you do, just don't bite me. And Dustin there with a $3 super chat. Dustin, thank you so much, mate. Chucking over that 3er.
Thank you, Run 16 from Echo.
Glad that you're enjoying the stream that we're having this morning, enjoying the show, and supporting the live stream financially. Really do appreciate that. And it is an absolute delight getting all these planes this morning. All down runway 16, you've chosen a fantastic morning to join in and enjoy the show. And guys, here we go. Milk run number 20, that Virgin Australia 737 in the back there is flying up to Sydney. Operating as flight VA819. Nearly halfway to my prediction and not even halfway through the stream or through the intended stream time. So my prediction was we're going to have 50 milk runs by the very end of the stream. However, we seem to be getting close to that number already. And look at that, the next flight is a milk run That brings us up to 21. JQ504 off to Sydney. A320-200 lining up there on runway 16. And it's just about to begin its journey. Milk Run 21. And Lucy with another very generous $20 tip there. And I'll get to that in just a moment. Just before I do that, we have the Air India flight 308 arriving in from Delhi. The very first 787 service here to Melbourne, starting about a decade ago, towards the second half of 2013. Touching down there on runway 16. So this 787 does hold a special place in a lot of Melbourne spotters' hearts, as it is the very first Dreamliner to hit the Australian shores and to hit Melbourne shores. And it's great to see Air India still connecting Melbourne and Sydney to India. It is going to be a huge market, I think, and one of the best sort of markets to branch out from for tourism in the coming years, with Qantas already starting in Bangalore and also Delhi flights as well. So it's great to see this one. And when they actually first began, they used to do a triangle route between Melbourne, Sydney and Delhi. So they used to sort of alternate it. So one day they would do Delhi, Sydney, Melbourne, Delhi, and then the next day they would do Melbourne, Delhi, Melbourne, Sydney, Delhi. So they used to try and do that to sort of build their presence, build their brand awareness in the capitals before branching off the flights and doing their own direct flights between Delhi, Sydney, and then Delhi, Melbourne. And Lucy, once again, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Your support is absolutely tremendous. And I plan to be in LA at the very end of January, January 31st. I should be back there in LAX. Looking forward to catching up with some friends, catching up with Rudy. It's going to be great fun. Hopefully catch up with you as well. Any luck, you'll be out on the Eco Car Park. Be able to catch up with you. It's been quite a while. Thank you once again for that really generous donation, and I'm so glad that you are enjoying the stream and enjoying the show. And a tow reader, yes. We get the Alliance Embraer E190s coming into Melbourne. And we'll be able to catch that on the stream as well. But it's going to be towards the end. They landed about 10:30 from Townsville. And my apologies, guys. Definitely struggling to keep up with the chat just a little bit there without the help of Max. And we can see over towards the international terminal, we've got a bit of action there. We've got the Air India that just landed. Air Asia is now starting to go towards runway 16 for its departure. And we also have an arrival from Brisbane, the Retro Route 2. It's a 737-800 operating as QF 605. And this retro livery is based on the 1959 Qantas livery. And it was featured on many aircraft, but most famously the 707s back when they were in service for the airline.
87 at Echo, runway 16, line up, next rolls, side 3 miles.
And yes, this is due to the vantage point today. This spot is definitely better for takeoffs, but it's also the best stream position The thing with a lot of the spots at Melbourne that you see in the 4K videos is they're very, very boring for a stream. So when there's no landings or no takeoffs, there is nothing happening. Or that, like, there is just like at least here when it does get quiet, which is typically around, you know, sort of 1 p.m. You can start filming some taxiing planes. You can start filming some of the airport operations. But a lot of those spots you can see nothing. So you're basically like, you know, at the mercy of like what's next on the final. And sometimes there could be like a 20-minute break where there's no landings. And Nabila, no pressure at all. If you can't do it, there's always that playback function if you are wanting to see what Max and I got up to on the next stream. And there goes that Retro 737 going towards Terminal 1.
Thank you for that.
And we'll probably take off in the next hour, hour and a half, which is going to be fantastic. We should be able to get a great shot of that departing off runway 16 for us. And as we pan over here to the left, we can see the Jetstar A321neo that was parked at the international terminal has pushed back. And it'll be departing very, very soon to Denpasar as JQ31. So something to look out for. And this is going to be the fourth and final A321neo of the stream. All four of the fleet have then been caught in one way or another, landing or takeoff, for us all to enjoy. And guys, don't forget, if you haven't already, make sure to hit that like button on the stream. It would help a ton for the stream to reach other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. Each like will help promote the stream to a new audience. So if you want to support the stream, that's the best way to support it for free. Hit that like button. And I'm just, as I'm saying that, trying to start the next poll.
51 Tower, good morning. The sign's heading 160, hold short runway 16.
No, Tower 2731 ready.
2731 Tower.
Alright guys, favorite American airlines. Make sure to hit that poll there. I'm actually going to go with Southwest. I'm going to be a little bit different there. I like Southwest. So the thing about Southwest, it's first come first serve for seats, which I do like the idea of. It does make you sort of rush to the flight. Their prices are very, very affordable, as long as you book sort of in advance. So I do like that too. I like the livery, it's all blue. They have a very reliable fleet. They fly it all over. Everywhere has a Southwest flight, except like sort of some of the main airports, because they will fly to the secondaries. So Southwest is my choice.
It's our 613 ready.
And arriving here on runway 16, we're going to have flight VA254 landing from Canberra, the capital of Australia. And your aviation TV says you want delays, Matt. I don't know. See, the thing is, all American airlines in one way or another get insane delays. Whether it's American Airlines, whether it's Delta, whether it's United, whether it's Southwest, all of them are prone to it. And it's just the way it is. And in terms of air travel, sometimes you just can't avoid it. So it's, and, you know, it is sort of what you pay for. And I like that Southwest is, you know, generally on the cheaper side. It's generally reliable. You're going to get some delays here and there, but 9 times out of 10 you'll be fine. 9 times out of 10 the flight's going to be good, and at the end of the day you get to your destination and you might have an extra $200, $100 in your pocket to spend at that destination. And of course they got a blue base livery, which I love, just because it's not sort of Euro white. And departing off runway 16, we're going to have the Dash 8 Q300, the glitchy Q300 that Flight Radar tries to say is going to Auckland, which we all know is not.
27 wind 160 degrees, 5 knots from my 16.
And Owen says, I thought Jetstar had 2 Neos. No, they've very, very quickly, almost seemingly overnight, managed to get more. And Jetstar now has 4 A321 Neos in their fleet. And we have actually managed to catch all 4 on the stream once this last one departs for us. And our next arrival is going to be the Singapore Airlines A350. Flight SQ227, landing from Singapore. No, don't worry, Cillian, it is definitely a glitch. It's not going to Auckland. It's probably going to Albury or something. But Flight Radar just gets a little bit confused with that particular flight. Just like it will say that the Air New Zealand ATRs will be coming down to Melbourne from Auckland, which is just not true.
731 runway 16.
And Owen, you're right, actually. There is a lack of Gold Coast flights on the stream. I have noticed that. There's usually a ton. It's usually like the second most popular after Sydney. But today there really hasn't been too much.
Line up from runway 16 wait.
And Clayton, this one's dedicated to you, mate. Singapore flight 227.
Line up and wait, pitch 13.
Next up we have, well, actually, here we go, Owen. Speaking of the Gold Coast flights, we're going to have the Virgin Australia 737-800 going to the Gold Coast. That's VA 731. And Alex, the flight to Auckland from Melbourne is about 3 hours long. So, out of the range of the Dash 8 Q300s. And the entire flight is over water as well. It's great to see the sun sort of peeking out again. Looks like the clouds are rolling through. I was sort of expecting a bit of rain. Can't rule that out just yet, but looking a little bit more promising than it was before.
19 line up from my 16.
Our next flight is going to be JQ713 going off to Hobart. It's an A320-200. And Kevin, thank you so much for subscribing there. Glad you're enjoying the show. And Corinne could not agree more. Singapore Airlines is a fantastic airline. Definitely live up to their name. Next up we have AirAsia, flight D7219, Airbus A330-300, flying it to Kuala Lumpur. And Euro Aviation TV, thanks for tuning in, guys. See you next time. Hopefully can catch you on one of those Amsterdam streams. Always a treat seeing what's going on over there in a busy old AMS. And Kevin, once again, thank you for subscribing, mate, and glad you're enjoying the show all the way from Knoxville, Tennessee. And thanks for tuning in there, Down Under Aviation and Trains. Hope you're enjoying the show. Yes, exactly. The screeching is when you ramp up in T4. The ramp is very, very... it's the best way to put it. There's like this coating over the car park to preserve some of the concrete, and it is incredibly slippery. So when tyres sort of go over it, it screeches. Because the tyres are trying to grip, but just can't. And I'm pretty close to the ramp where I've set up, so you can actually hear people sort of screeching around. And this departure here is going to be QF 608 off to Brisbane.
Uh, 031, line up from my 16.
Line up from my 16.
And Bart has tuned in again. Hello, Bart. Back again. Can't stay away from Melbourne. Good to have you back. And Owen, great to hear. Thank you so much, mate. Owen says, loving the stream. Keep up the great work. And lining up here on runway 16, we have JQ31 going off to Denpasar. The fourth and final A321neo of Jetstar's fleet caught here on the stream. All four, which is a great collection. And next up is our next milk run for the counter. Number 22. This is going to be a Qantas flight QF415 from Sydney. Just going to catch the very end of that approach there with the touchdown smoke. And Bart, stop it. Stop it, you. You're making me blush. And Bart said, just missing your ever so soothing voice. Too kind of you, Bart. Too kind. And Clayton, thanks so much about that, mate. Glad you're enjoying the stream this morning. It's been great fun. Awesome that you've been using runway 16. Keeping the stream nice and busy. Keeping the camera nice and active as well. But it has been sort of tricky to monitor everything at the same time. That's right, we're making it work. And Jordy says, have to say, talking about AMS, don't know if you heard it already, but a few days ago, Bart and myself were at the Romeo platform and the military police told us no spotting near the fences. Well, that's not nice. The dreaded military police. Yeah, no, definitely not good. Hopefully they ease up, or hopefully it was just a couple of angry angry police had a bad day and like, oh, who do we exercise our power on? These spotters. These guys.
2 in 150 degrees.
I always think if you hear it twice, that's when you know it's a problem. But I know in Melbourne there's been a couple of times where there's been some federal police who like to exercise their power, who are probably having a bad day for one reason or another, and they'll like to sort of push the limits of what we're allowed to do. In Australia there is a rule that you can't be within 3 meters of the fence line, and there's a few federal police who like to push that out to like 10 meters and say, oh, you can't be parked there. It's like, oh, but we're like at least 8 meters away from the fence. Like, we're ages away. Nah, can't do it. It's too close. But I've only ever heard that from the one, so I know it's probably not a problem. And not too sure where ZND is actually going to be going. But hopefully it's going to do the LA flight at about 11 o'clock. And our next arrival is going to be the Jetstar A320, arriving in from Launceston as JQ732. And yes, it was actually at Ops that happened. Like, I was parked on the other side of the road, and the federal police came along, because I wasn't at the car park. I was like sort of halfway between the golf course and the car park, and they came along and said, you can't park here. And I'm like, what, why? There's no reason I can't, I'm just on the grass. And they're like, oh, you're too close to the fence. They said, I've got to go to the car park or not at all. And I said, well, I'm at least 10 meters away. Like, I'm across the road. Like, there's nothing, I can't jump over the fence from here. It like, doesn't matter what I try and do, like, there is no possible way. And they were adamant that I was too close and that I was breaking the rules. So I just sort of, I nodded and said, okay, I will go to the car park. And had that happen only once, and it was only that one guy. And hopefully it doesn't happen again. I've parked there times after that. Federal police will sort of wave as they go by. And good day, Jacob. Thanks for tuning in. Unfortunately, won't be joined by Max this morning. He's had a few commitments that prevented him from joining us. And good morning, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. Our next departure is going to be the Virgin Australia 737-800, flying to Launceston. This is flight VA 1362. Craig, yes, you sure can. The Living Legends offer a fantastic view of the arrivals, and if you go up the top of a hill, you can even catch some of the departures off runway 34 and runway 16. So Living Legends is definitely a highlight. I've done a couple streams there as well on Max's channel, Aviation Videography. And hope to do a few... Actually, no, we did do a HD stream there as well. Like, I think it was in like November of last year. We tried it out and it turned out really, really well. And no one's doing the coffee run today because I'm by myself. Can't just sort of leave the gear here and be like, okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Enjoy Melbourne. And definitely a great morning here. The sun is out. Unexpected as well, unforecasted. And lots of great traffic to get as well in terms of planes. Our next arrival is going to be another milk run, taking our milk run counter to 23. It's going to be flight VA812, sorry, from Sydney. And there it is on short finals for runway 16. And guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps me out a ton. By hitting that like button, you're telling YouTube that the stream is good, and to promote it to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts who enjoy watching some aviation videos or anything to do with aviation in general. The stream will be slowly pushed out to them, and they may enjoy it. So hitting that like button is the best free way to support the channel and support what we do here at HD Melbourne Aviation with our live streams. If you're really enjoying the channel, hit that subscribe button and you'll be able to be notified when we do post a live stream schedule. Our like forward schedules are very, very sporadic. We tend to try and choose days that the weather is good or the runways are good, because Melbourne is very, very wind dependent on if you're going to get a good stream or not. So hitting that subscribe button will allow you to be notified when we post a scheduled stream, so you won't miss it. And Jacob, it definitely is good to get the 16 arrivals and departures, particularly on a day like today. It's really unexpected. The winds are certainly not that strong down 16. So it really is an unforecasted thing today. The sun is out, all one runway. That was not supposed to be the case. Our next departure is barreling down runway 16 now. It's the Qantas 737-800 going to Brisbane, the capital of Queensland. Shelby, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. This is a great stream, Matt. And Tim, the schedule for streams is a bit like Jetstar. You just have to hope and pray that it happens today. Literally the most accurate representation or accurate description of live streams here at HD Melbourne Aviation. That's pretty much as good as it gets. And Chris, thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying the show and the commentary. And our next departure is barreling down the runway. This is another milk run for the counter, QF 422, off to Sydney.
78, line up on my 16. Line up on my 16, going 78.
As Bart said before, this brings the milk run counter up to double dozen. 24. There are so many milk runs, I can't believe it. And there's another one taxiing up to the runway now as we speak. And lined up to runway 16 now, we have the Qantas -8 Q300.
78, 5 3000,
Just awaiting
runway
its
16,
departure clearance.
3000, runway 16 for takeoff, going 78.
And Hayden, I'm sure that will definitely happen.
171, line up runway 16
There will
away.
certainly be a time when Max, myself and Sam all are able to host a stream together. It has happened once last year, and when Sam gets a little bit less busy, we'll certainly plan something out. And Down Under Aviation and Trains plan to keep the stream going for the next, let's see what the time is, 9 o'clock, so probably the next 3.5 hours or so, wrapping up around 12:30, when it starts to get a little bit quieter. So until then, you're going to be stuck with me out here at Australia's second busiest airport.
Melbourne Marathon, heading 160, hold short, runway 16.
And Tim, yep, just using the portable batteries that we generally will use for the streams.
1702, line up runway 16.
Nothing too special. And speaking of which, I've actually got to swap it over.
78, contact departure.
And I'm not too sure where that one was going. On flight radar, it just had NA. They tend to glitch out a little bit with the -8s. So this is a international flight here. Qantas 737-800 going to Wellington. So about a 3-hour and 10-minute flight across the ditch to New Zealand. And that's operating as QF 171. The sky is getting bluer and bluer, as you can see there on screen. The dreadful clouds are starting to pass along through. Our next departure is going to be to Cairns. It's QF 702, going to the very northern part of Queensland. One of the most northern parts of Australia as well. And looking at that poll, it looks like Delta Airlines is winning there with 32%. American and United just shy behind them. And our next milk run is on the runway, about to barrel down off to Sydney as VA 823. putting our counter of milk runs up to 25. That's already halfway of what I predicted, and you know what, we are relatively halfway through the stream, so I might be sort of right, give or take 5 or 10. Actually, you know, 10's kind of huge. Give or take maybe 3 to 5.
15, the next arrival now 2 miles, 16, take off.
Departures, good day, YMML 23.
And good day, Ken. Thanks for tuning in, mate.
Departures, good day, YMML 23.
And 25 was very short-lived. Our next arrival is going to be another milk run, VA810, Virgin Australia 737-800, coming in from Sydney. On short finals here to runway 16. Tim, there actually was, before the pandemic, a lot more bigger planes on the route, and there were still more flights than there is now. They used to have a dozen Qantas A330s a day. There used to be plenty of Virgin Australia A330s also on the route. Jetstar would send 787s on the route. Like, it is busy. But there were still just as many flights, even with the big stuff. It just seems like if you add more seats, like, the capacity is filled. Like, it doesn't matter how many flights you add to Melbourne to Sydney, the planes just go out full. It's incredible. And Kurt says, what is a milk run? So guys who are just tuning in, essentially the milk run is a nickname given to the Melbourne-Sydney flights. Either way, so going to Sydney or going to Melbourne, it is from the saying back in like the 80s or the 70s and even the 90s when the milk bars were really, really big. And you know, if you needed something really quick, like, oh shoot, ran out of milk or ran out of bread, you would do a quick run to the milk bar to get some milk, to get some bread, to get the newspaper, to get confectionery. And essentially it was called, you know, a milk run, because you're just going to the milk bar, a quick little drive, a quick little dash to the milk bar. So because of the frequency of these Melbourne to Sydney flights, because the duration of the flights is so short, at about an hour, they're considered nicknamed the milk run. So that's where the saying sort of comes from. And in Australian aviation, it's a well-known little nickname. So we like to sort of use that here in HD Melbourne Aviation to express the Sydney and Melbourne flights, particularly because there's so many of them. It's the second busiest route in the world, and already since starting the stream, we've had 26 flights between Melbourne and Sydney. 26, and we only started like 3 hours ago. Our next departure here is going to be Virgin Australia flight VA1316 going to Hobart, the capital there of Tasmania, the island south of Victoria. And yes, that's about the same here. You get about 4 weeks off. It varies a little bit depending on the company and depending on your role as well in the company. But a generalization is about 4 weeks for Christmas. You sort of take about mid-December off and you go back towards middle of January, like 10th of January or such. And the busiest, I'm pretty sure it's actually in Korea. I think it's between Seoul and the Jeju Islands. Pretty sure. And milk run number 27. About to take off here, ZL26. A Rex 737-800. Departing to Sydney. And happy universe, thanks for subscribing. Glad that you are enjoying the show this morning. And stay tuned for some of the heavy aircraft departures and arrivals that we have in store for you. And good day, Jim. Thanks for stopping by. And Ken, we're going to be streaming. How long do you do the streaming for in one day? Generally, we'll try and push it between 6 hours and 9 hours, generally. Sometimes I'll do some shorter ones if I have a spare 3 hours somewhere and it's like, oh yeah, I could just go to Melbourne Airport, do a quick little stream. But if I put aside the day, it's usually 6 to 9 hours. Pretty much will depend on when Melbourne Airport gets sort of quiet as well. Around 12 o'clock it really does die down. And this is going to be flight QF916 to the Sunshine Coast. A nice late rotation there. And awesome, mate. Pete saying Melbourne is my home airport / state. Great to have a local tuning in and watching the stream this morning. And you may have seen me. I'm out at the airport quite often, and I have a tall car with a roof rack. So if you see anyone standing on top of a car, a big four-wheel drive, probably is me. On screen now we have QF673 off to Adelaide. Another 737. It's sort of hard to answer that one. I don't feel like there's been many airports that I've really hated. I try to choose airports that are at least half decent to do some videos at. I'm trying to think if I've had like a terrible experience somewhere with the runways or such. I know I have had some bad luck over there in Kuala Lumpur. I did one little visit there for about 3 days and got absolutely nothing. And they were doing runway works, and I remember that was a disaster. Paris I've always had some problems with. CDG has really thrown me some curveballs. But I really haven't been to any airports that I've considered the worst. And if I have, they don't really come to mind. And Ken, yes I do. I go pretty much everywhere. I've been to all the Australian capital main airports. Planning to do a bit of a New Zealand trip this year as well at some point. But I don't sort of stay around there either. I'll generally travel around the US, travel around the EU, doing some filming around the mega airports of those continents as well. 63, and Clayton says, can't believe it's been 2 months. Awesome work on videos and streams. Loving the A350s. Always a great place to be. Content is the best. Clayton, thanks so much, mate. And yes, it's been 2 months. Cannot believe it. Time really does fly, and it's been a pleasure having you joining me on the streams. It's been absolutely awesome. And in a few more months, you'll be able to have that golden badge that we just put together here in HD Melbourne Aviation, which I'm looking forward to seeing in the chat at some point when it starts to roll through. And Sunny, thank you so much tuning in from Vancouver. Hope that you're enjoying the stream. And Corinne, thanks for stopping by. It definitely would be getting late over there in Germany. Hope you had a great night tuning in and enjoying the morning rush here in Melbourne. Just waiting for this Rec 737 to get its takeoff clearance. Operating at ZL 658 to Gold Coast.
Runway 16, clear for takeoff.
There we go. Just heard that on ATC. Clear for takeoff. And Clayton, I certainly will.
06, line up runway 16 and wait.
Once the Rec 737 is gone, I'll zoom in on that Singapore. Sparing no time at all, we have our next departure here on runway 16. Clayton may have to hold up on the Singapore tail. Oh, actually, I can do it now. Now the Jetstar's lined up. There we go. A nice little view there of Singapore being loaded up. And this Jetstar is going to Sydney as JQ506. Our next milk run, bringing the tally up to 28. Absolutely incredible. 28 milk runs. We're almost at 30, and only 3 hours into the stream. That's 30 flights in 3 hours between Melbourne and Sydney.
19 Melbourne Tower.
Like when you think about it, like the A320s and 737s have about 200 seats, something like that, 220 times 30. There's like 6,500 seats in the first 3 hours of the day. That's huge. That is so huge.
Just the process.
143, 16, takeoff.
And Jonathan, thanks for tuning in, mate. Great to have you here on the stream this morning. And Bubba, I'm using the Sony RX10. A wonderful camera. Highly recommended, although the zoom can sometimes be a bit choppy. But aside from that, perfect little camera. Departing now, we have VA143 going off to Queenstown in New Zealand. Another international flight, and one of many for Virgin Australia's new network, as they now fly all over New Zealand from Melbourne and also Fiji, along with Denpasar as well, with their 737-800s. And Daniel joining the Airbus A350 class again. Daniel, welcome back. thanks for popping in and becoming a member once again. Really do appreciate that, mate. Glad that you're enjoying the content, glad you're enjoying the streams, and check out that membership tab just in case you've forgotten what perks you get for being a A350 member. The member videos will be coming back out soon, don't you worry.
259 ready. 259 Melbourne Tower.
Just had to have a little bit of a break over the New Year's period because had a few commitments to uphold. So thanks once again, Daniel, and hopefully you enjoy the new member-only videos that will be coming out soon. And here we have VA827, another milk run going to Sydney, bringing our tally up to 29.
419 with 130 degrees,
Absolutely
12
awesome.
knots, runway 16, clear to land.
29 flights. We're one shy of 30. 6,000 plus seats in 3 hours. Like, to me, it's crazy. Like, it is so many seats in such a small amount of time. Like, an A380 is what, 450 seats, depending on the config, between 400 and 450. And like, when you think about it, that's 12 A380s worth of flights. 12.
120. 27, contact departure.
And James joining the A320 class membership program. Thank you so much, James, for supporting the channel and becoming a HD Melbourne Aviation member. Support is highly appreciated, and it is fantastic to have you joining in for this morning's show, and even more fantastic that you're enjoying it enough to want to become a channel member. Check the channel membership tab on the YouTube channel so you can see your perks for becoming an A320 class member. Thanks so much, James. Really appreciate it, mate. And here we have our next milk run. It's going to be QF419. Oops, the camera got away there. QF419 from Sydney, 737-800, bringing the tally up to 30. Guys, 30 flights between Melbourne and Sydney in 3 hours. That's insane.
259, line up from my 16.
Toyota, exactly over $1 billion worth of aircraft. And Lady Cat using those milk run stickers.
259, runway 16, clear to take off. Runway 16, clear to take off,
On departure, we have VA259 off to Canberra, the capital of Australia, operating a 40-minute flight with the 737-800.
Yeah, 16 with 160 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And Lucas tuning in from New Zealand. Good day, mate. Thanks for stopping in and looking at what's happening over here across the ditch. And Flower, yes, the A350 soon. Looking forward to that. It's going to be great. always a highlight here on the stream. Sorry, this Virgin Australia flight landing right now on runway 16 is another milk run, bringing the tally up to 31, VA 816. And there's one lined up to take off too.
120, line up from my 16.
Oh my god. You know, as I'm counting it, like, I thought this would be a great idea. Like, at the beginning. I'm like, this is going to be awesome, like, counting them. And then I'm realizing, like, the actual, like, the sheer volume of these milk runs. It's incredible. And there it is, beginning to slow down there on runway 16. And just in front of it, we can see the Garuda A330-300, which will be our next international, or I should say, actually, next heavy aircraft departure of the stream. Another little highlight that we're all looking forward to, a new, or a more recent airline.
Runway 16, clear to take off.
And Joel becoming an Airbus A320 class member. Joel, it's a pleasure having you aboard. Welcome to the family. Thanks for becoming an A320 class member and supporting these streams financially. I hope that you enjoy the little perks that you get by doing that, including the behind the scenes content, which we're going to get a lot more consistent with as well. But thank you so much, mate. Pleasure having you aboard, and enjoy the show. We dedicate this one to you, Joel. This is the Airbus A321-200 Neo, Air New Zealand, operating as NZ120.
One is 426, line up from my 16.
And our next departure is going to be another milk run off to Sydney. This is going to be QF426, bringing the total up to 32 now, I think. There it is, powering down runway 16. Absolutely incredible, billions of dollars worth of aircraft. Can't even imagine the cost of fuel. Lady Cat again, there with the milk run stickers available to channel members. Brings our total of milk runs, as you can see in the top right hand corner, to 32. Next up, we have our next heavy aircraft arrival. This is going to be the Vietnam Airlines A350-900 coming in from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And it's definitely a shame that Max isn't here to join us this morning, because this is his favorite aircraft. So Clayton, do make sure to snip this one out of the stream and send it to him directly so he didn't miss out. He loves to see the Vietnam A350. Great to see this fantastic blue liveried A350 slowing down here on runway 16. Easily one of the best liveries to actually visit Melbourne. Brings a splash of life into the morning rush. And welcome to the Airbus A320 class membership. Welcome to the family. So good to have you on board. And as I said just before with Joel, do make sure to check that channel membership tab to make sure that you know exactly what perks you get. Also, you've got access to the stickers. So do make sure to use the stickers. We've just added a new one based on runway 27 and its innate ability to be stealing all the planes and stealing all the stuff that we're waiting for on the stream. Thank you so much for contributing and helping the streams continue. And as I've been saying, as long as you guys are enjoying the streams, I will continue to do them. So thank you very, very much.
In 150 degrees, 9 and 9, runway 16, land.
And Bart's saying we're halfway through today's stream and we're already closing in on 700 likes. Let's see if we can set a goal of 1,000 before Matt goes for a coffee in 3 hours. That would be incredible if that were the case. 1,000 likes in a stream, that would be absolutely epic. Guys, thank you so much though. Almost 700 likes, that is incredible. This morning has been record breaking here in HD Melbourne Aviation. And I have seriously enjoyed spending the morning out here with you guys, catching the morning rush in all of its glory. We're going to be having the Garuda Indonesia A330 taking off very, very shortly as well, back to Jakarta. And good day, Kathy. Kathy says, morning Matt, I love the streams. They are the highlight of my day. Matt always wanted to know what is the aircraft sitting in the paddock. Kathy, thank you so much for that. Glad to bring a bit of spark of joy into the day. I know that coming out to the airport and streaming is always a highlight of my week as well. Absolutely love it. It's such good fun, particularly here at Melbourne when they all use runway 16. And the aircraft that you're referring to is over there, and that is a training flight, or a training aircraft for the for emergency situations. So they'll use that essentially for like the firefighting crew, the emergency services. I think even flight attendants will use that to train on as well. So that's more or less the reason behind that. They used to have a different one. I think they've now replaced it, and that one's like almost completely plastic now.
151 ready. 151 Melbourne Tower, good day.
Guys, we're adding a new pole up.
Wind 170 degrees, 12 knots, runway 16.
Your favourite place or place you want a plane spot in Australia? Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane and Perth. Guys, make sure to click on that. Where would you want to, or where is your favourite place in Australia to plane spot? And if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps me out a ton. As Bart said just before, we're closing in on 700 likes. Can we get to 1,000 by the end of the stream in about 3 hours time? Would be absolutely incredible. So it's the best way to support the stream as well for free. Hitting that like button. And the more likes it gets, it's pushed out to more like-minded aviation enthusiasts. So people who would also potentially enjoy seeing some Melbourne Airport streams and enjoy watching it with us, joining the chat. We can have very, very in-depth conversations. It's always great. And Bling, good day. Thanks for tuning in. Bling. And Blick says, good day, Melbourne spotters.
151, line up on my 16.
And Paul has joined the Airbus A380 King Class membership. Paul, thank you so much, mate, for supporting the channel and joining the King Class membership program. Absolutely incredible. You'll have access to all the behind the scenes content, the exclusive videos that we post from airports all over the world that aren't featured on the channel. Like, we're going to be featuring very soon Beijing. We're going to be featuring Ho Chi Minh City. We're going to be featuring a bunch of airports in Asia, a bunch of airports in America. We already have Chicago, Toronto videos posted on the channel for members to enjoy. Thank you so much for your incredible support, and I'm so glad that you're enjoying the content and enjoying it enough to become a channel member. Really, really do appreciate it. And Sunny donating a very generous Canadian $5.50 donation. Thank you so much for that incredible tip. Glad you are enjoying the stream. As I've said, it's been a fantastic morning, and hopefully that the traffic has been adequate. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for that very, very generous tip and the cute little sticker there of the dinosaur. And departing here now, we have QF151, a 737-800 going to Auckland. And I have managed to do some plane spotting there in Heathrow. You'll be able to find some videos on my channel if you search for it. I've done quite a few videos in the past, and even went there the middle of last year to get some more footage.
733, number 1 to traffic, lining up at Charlie at Echo, expedite line up from runway 16.
And Mark, with a 12-hour time difference, that is... So you must be around the UK, I would say. I think that's about a 12-hour difference. Even New York, I think, is roughly about 12 hours. Mark, thanks for tuning in. And hope you're having a wonderful night. It would be at 9:30 PM there for you. It's 9:30 AM for us. And hope this is a good way for you to unwind. And next up, we're going to have that Garuda A330. No, actually, never mind. Before I get to that, we're going to be having the Virgin Australia 737-800 going to the Gold Coast, which is sort of cut in front of the Garuda A330. Oops, camera got away there. And this is going to be going to the Gold Coast as VA 733. And I do apologize if the camera flicks a little bit too far to the left or too far to the right. While I'm trying to film, I'm trying to do it without looking at the screen and look at the flight number and flight information.
149 heavy Melbourne Tower. Station 17, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
There it goes, off to the Gold Coast, embarking on its just shy of a 2-hour flight. And following that, we're going to be having the Garuda Indonesia A330-300 going to Jakarta as GA717. Only just recently resuming flights at the beginning of November of last year.
Wind 150 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
Looks awesome there. The blue and teal base livery against the blue sky. And Jen with a very generous $5 tip there, first becoming an A320 class member and then donating a very generous $5. Thank you so much, Jen. And Jen says, Jen from Honolulu, appreciate the footage from our little airport. More? Haven't seen a lot from Melbourne, so this is great. Thank you so much, Jen. And yes, there's going to be plenty more Honolulu videos coming up. Actually, very recently, I've started editing a Honolulu video containing the Airbus A380 of ANA. A really, really cool catch. Love the turtle livery and love Honolulu in general. The place is amazing. The airport is amazing. It's one of those airports that you can't leave, because the second you leave, the military stuff will just start rolling out, and it always happens. When I was there last time, actually, I was parked at Lagoon Drive, and I was there all day. Like, I was there from like 6 a.m. and it started to rain, and it was about 4 p.m. and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna wrap up. It's about an hour left until sunset, and the rain was gonna last for like until sunset. So as I drive back to the accommodation, I look on flight radar and a C5 took off. A C5, it would have been awesome in the rain. There was barely any military all day, so I kind of figured, it's just gonna be, there's gonna be nothing. It's just, so it's one of those places you cannot leave. And on screen there we have milk run number 33, ZL9, a Rex 737-800, just finishing its 1 hour journey from Sydney. So Jen, thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you here, and I'm glad that you are enjoying the stream here. Bit different to the traffic in Honolulu though, as we really don't have any military. I know that one of the coolest things about Honolulu as well is the jets. Like, sometimes the jets will scramble, which is really, really cool. And sometimes they have those Raptor exercises too, where they'll send a KC-135 up for a tanker, and then they'll have the Raptors doing training around the islands. It's so cool. Honolulu, guys, is one of the best.
49, wind 160 degrees, 9 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And here we have the Virgin Australia 737 flight to Cairns, VA1293.
20, Melbourne Tower. 1293, contact departure.
G'day, Bossy 1293.
And we're having another arrival here. So sorry guys, trying to keep up with the chat and keep up with the aircraft coming in and going. Our next arrival is going to be the Malaysia Airlines A330-300, operating its flight MH149 from Kuala Lumpur. The double daily A330 service, they have the morning flight and they also have the night flight. And is always a little bit of a head turner, particularly with the new livery that they're wearing today. Whilst this one lands, Kitty B, thank you so much for becoming a A350 class channel member. It's been a pleasure having you here on the stream for the last few months. Pretty much when we started streaming, you've been a wonderful supporter, and that support does not go unnoticed and underappreciated. Thank you so much for joining the A350 class, and enjoy the member-only videos that you'll have access to.
On 212, line up on my 16, ready for an immediate departure once Malaysian vacates Juliet.
I think that's runway 16,
Looks like it's going to use almost the whole runway.
149, no delay,
Probably vacating at taxiway Juliet,
121.7.
which is going to be coming up very shortly.
Once vacated, 121.7, Malaysian 149.
morning, Bossy 317 ready.
7,
All About Aviation says, hello HD, can I come down and see you? I live in Melbourne. Definitely, yeah. If you come down after I finish streaming, it'd be a little bit easier. I'm already struggling to handle the filming, the chat, the milk run counter. But absolutely, I'm sort of finishing up at 12 and probably would stay around a little bit to try and catch the Scoot Pokemon. So yeah, feel free to join me out there. Probably will go around to Ops to try and get a shot of that.
514 Melbourne Tower, good morning.
Next up, we have our next international departure. This is going to be NZ212 off to Christchurch. It's an Airbus A320 Neo.
208, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
And Mark becoming an Airbus A320 class member. Thanks so much there, Mark. Glad that you're enjoying the content that we're putting out here in HD Melbourne Aviation. And what a perfect way to wrap up your evening as well, by becoming a member and enjoying the stream that we have. You'll also have access to some behind the scenes content. And on top of that, we'll be doing plenty of streams, so it's going to be great to have you in the chat. Usually around this time of day, between 6 PM your time and 12 AM your time. So you'll be able to see plenty, as it's sort of like the perfect sort of time zone to be able to catch those.
1610, expedite line up runway 16.
So on arrival there, we have the Virgin Australia 737-800 from Adelaide as VA208. And let me see what I can do about the ATC. Should be able to lower the audio on that.
610, wind 140 degrees, 9
there
knots.
we go.
Next arrival is at 2 miles. 16 cleared for immediate takeoff.
And George, thanks for subscribing. Glad you're enjoying the show. And Lockie Harry subscribed as well. Thank you so much, Lockie. Our next departure here is going to be the Retro Route 2. And this is operating to Brisbane.
Wind 140 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
Oh, 16 clear to land, Roger.
And Marcelo says hi from Brazil. G'day Marcelo, thanks for tuning in all the way from Brazil. That was operating as QF610 to Brisbane. As we pan over, we can see the airport is just bustling. It's so busy, there's so many departures lining up there, going towards runway 16. So for those who are just joining in the stream, not joining, I'm Matt, I'm your host this morning here at Melbourne Airport, and today we are streaming from the Terminal 4 car park, which overlooks the southern side of the airport. We're catching runway 16 departures and arrivals. Runway 16 is the only runway in operation, which is just fantastic, making the airport incredibly busy.
4217, runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
And for those wondering, at the top right-hand corner, there's a little milk run counter. The milk run is a nickname for the Melbourne to Sydney flights. There is a huge amount of them, and it is the second busiest air route in the world. So we're counting to see how many flights there are, landings or takeoffs into the airport, before we end the stream. So we started at 0 at the beginning, and we're already up to 33.
wind 160 degrees 13
And on your screen now we have the Virgin Australia 737-800 departing off runway 16. We'll get that aircraft detail in just a moment on where it is going.
772, wind 150 degrees 14, runway 16, cleared to land. 731, cancel landing, continue approach.
That was going to Adelaide as VA 217. As we pan over here, we've got our departures there with the Jetstar A320 that's just landed, which we weren't able to turn the camera around quick enough for.
Minus 430, line up runway 16.
And Chris, thank you so much for coming back to witness the stream. Came at a great time. We have the Bamboo 787, which is just starting to make a move for its departure. And Steve, the count started at about 6 AM, which is the time that the stream started. So, and that's pretty much when the first flight sort of took off from Melbourne to Sydney. Before then, they have to abide by Sydney's curfew. And speaking of the milk run, here is the next flight. This is flight QF430 off to Sydney, milk run flight number milk run number 34.
Jet 771 with 180 degrees 9 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
And George, yes, we certainly do. We had all four of them earlier on the stream. The entire fleet have come through here. We got three takeoffs and one landing. And so there's one A321 Neo left here, but it's parked over behind the back of the international terminal, so we're not actually able to view it from where we're standing, but we will be able to get the landings of them a little bit later on in the stream. I think they landed about 12, around midday-ish. They come back from Queensland. And on arrival here we have the Jetstar A320. It's coming from Adelaide as JQ771.
Line up runway 16. Line up 16, just 264.
And Chinook, welcome to Melbourne. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Hope you enjoy this morning's show.
264, runway 16, clear to take off.
And Matt there, tuning in from Virginia. Thanks so much, Matt. Glad you're enjoying the show and watching what's going on down under. Quite far away from Virginia as well. So, always nice to see the difference in aviation from across the other side of the world. I know in Virginia it's awesome seeing all the little Southwests. And the I think there's the American Embraers that go in there as well.
Melbourne Tower, velocity 1 ready.
On departure now we have our next
Melbourne Tower,
international
line up
departure.
runway
This is Air New Zealand.
On out, runway
The Airbus
16, velocity
A320-200. That's going to Queenstown as NZ's 264. And in terms of the noise in the background, Dave, that could be the birds. So we've got a bunch of crows, which are known Melbourne birds. They sort of chirp, and I think they nest here in the car parks. I know we had some similar situations over there in Brisbane. And actually in Brisbane, I nearly got attacked by one. I was trying to get a shot of something from the other side of the car park where we weren't filming, and the crow was not happy. It must have had a nest there and was protecting it. So that's what you can sort of hear in the back. If it's not that, then it is most likely a car hitting the speed hump, which kind of sounds like two bangs.
89, line up runway 16.
And on your screen now we have VA 1031 going to Sunshine Coast, another 737-800. And Booster, thank you so much there for subscribing. Glad that you're enjoying the show. And Aussie Pete, yes they are. They are very, very evil. And they got quite the temper, so you don't want to piss them off. And on departure we have our next heavy aircraft. This is going to be QH-89, Bamboo Airways 7879 off to Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And George, actually, going back to what you said about the A321neos of Jetstar, I have realised that you can see the tip of the tail towards the international terminal. It sort of is the best I can do, but you can see the little orange Jetstar tail just there behind the Singapore A350. And Chris, yeah, it definitely could be those speed humps. There's quite a few cars that go past, and some of them hit the speed humps quite hard as well.
29
And Bart says they chirp with an Aussie accent though. They sound so different here. Yeah, that's it. They got that Aussie. The nasally twang of the Aussie accent. And Chris says, appreciate that you're visiting LA soon. Perfect timing since I've honestly been unmotivated to go out and plane spot for about 5 months. Your arrival motivates me and helps me get back into the rhythm. Chris, that's awesome, and that is fundamentally like one of the reasons I wanted to start doing plane spotting in a YouTube channel as well, and that is to share my passion and love and bring that passion of love for aviation to other people as well through my videos. So I'm glad that I was able to do that, Chris, and definitely looking forward to meeting up with you over there. And we'll likely do a lot of spotting around the famous spots in and out, Lincoln Boulevard and all those legendary spots there at LA.
423 wind 160 degrees.
And here taking off we have the Jetstar A320. Believe it's going to Hobart, but I'll double check that in just a moment.
For that departure.
And really don't know what that one is, Zebs, but from what it sounds like there, it sounds pretty good. As long as it's a fluid head and it has a drag system, you really need the drag system. That's how you get the smooth results. Then it will definitely do the job. You don't need anything too spiffy or anything too intricate for plane spotting. It's very simple, you know, panning side to side, up and down. Just don't need all the bits and bobs to it. Just a normal fluid head will really do the job. And yes, there is. So as of May next year, Singapore Airlines will be flying the next year. What am I saying? As of May this year, Singapore Airlines will be flying the A380 in daily. It's going to be operating the SQ237 and 228 flights for the winter months. So something we're certainly looking forward to, and that's going to be our second confirmed A380 airline.
We did that already.
In the meantime, on runway 16 now, we have QF423, our next milk run. It's a 737-800 from Qantas, bringing the counter up to 35. And there it is, touching down nicely on runway 16. A bit of sun to light it up.
1549 Melbourne Tower. Block the A29, line up runway 16.
And great to hear Angelo saying the quality of this stream is excellent. I'm here on the other side of the globe enjoying all the detail. Thank you so much, really do appreciate that. Glad that you're enjoying the quality. It's something that I've always been trying to work on here with the streams, getting the quality as good as possible. Can be very, very tricky as well with the limitations of the Australian internet. And SK Airplanes Video Airline says, like sunny weather, it's raining heavily in LA today. Thank you so much for that very generous donation there of $10 US. Really do appreciate it, and definitely cool to see the sun actually out here in Melbourne. Generally it's the other way around. Generally LA will be nice and sunny, perfect weather, and Melbourne will be rainy, stormy, blizzardy, you name it. So thank you so much for that very generous donation. Like I said again, really appreciate your support, and hopefully LA clears up a little bit again so you can enjoy that beautiful sunshine. On departure here we have VA829 off to Sydney, the next milk run. The milk run rush is upon us. There we go, bringing the milk run counter up to 36. And Kathy there with a $15 tip. Kathy, thank you so much for supporting me and supporting the live streams on the channel. I'm so glad you're enjoying them, and I'm glad that you've enjoyed the stream that we've had this morning. But do stay tuned, we still have over 2 hours left to stream this morning here at Melbourne Airport. Once again, really do appreciate that.
1549, line up from my 16.
It's been a pleasure seeing you around here on the chat. Next up we have QF133 off to Christchurch. The next international flight here, Qantas 737-800. And off to New Zealand it goes. And Kathy said your commentary is great, Matt. I love the possibility of Melbourne opening up to the world. Thank you once again, Kathy, and definitely am trying to do that, trying to showcase my home airport. I'm very proud of Melbourne. It's come a long way, particularly over the last year as well. Comparing it to the beginning of last year and to where it is now, it has grown exponentially. So awesome to see. And it's finally at a stage now where I am very proud of it and can show it off to the world, and it's busy enough that it remains interesting. So there's always going to be some Melbourne streams, I think, on the channel from now on, whenever I can do it. Here we have QF1549 off to Launceston, the Boeing 717-200, the T-Tail Classic. Always a highlight to catch the 717s. And Chris says, appreciate the merch on your website. Which tee is your personal favorite? I'll order. There's just a whole lot of amazing options. Thanks so much, Chris, and there's more on the way. Getting in contact with another designer as well to put some of my ideas on paper that are a little bit more intricate and way out of my creative abilities. But my personal favorite is the Milk Run shirt. I've actually ordered one myself and ordered a mug and still waiting for those to come. They were supposed to come on Christmas, but for some reason they haven't. They've told me there's a few supply chain issues. So hopefully it's not too much longer and I can start showing off the Milk Run mugs on the live streams to bring a nice warm cup of coffee with. And on screen now we have the Jetstar A320 off to Launceston. Guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button on the stream. It's the best free way to support what I'm doing here on the channel, and it is the best free way to let me know that you want the streams to continue. And the more likes the stream gets, the more people it will be pushed out to in the YouTube algorithm. More people that have an interest in aviation like we all do. So if you haven't already, hit that like button. If you have already, thank you so much. Appreciate your support this morning, and it's been great fun. Next up on screen here we have QF767 going off to Perth. A330-200, the next heavy of the stream. And Shelby, have you got yours yet?
774 Heavy Melbourne Tower. No, 774 at Charlie, line up and wait, runway 16. Double tower, Jetstar 832 ready. 32 Melbourne Tower, line up runway 16 and will be hot. Runway 16, wait, Jetstar 832.
And there it goes, embarking on its deceptive flight to Perth, QF767. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it is run by a 767, flown by one. And Tyler could not agree more. I really wish that they would use one of the retro liveries and put it onto the 330 as well, just like they have on the 737s. Would be absolutely awesome. Quickly just got to switch the batteries over, but Mike 9 Red, thanks for tuning in, thanks for stopping by and seeing what's going on here on the other side of the world. Mike's tuning in all the way from Manchester. Oh, sorry, not Manchester, Newcastle. What am I saying? Alright, there we go. Batteries have been swapped. The laptop will continue to live. And on the runway now we can see the Jetstar A320 going to Proserpine. Proserpine? Proserpine. A bit of a oddball route. You don't see this one too often. I think it only flies once a day. As JQ832. And Ronkai. It's cold here because of the La Nina weather system that's coming through Australia still. So it is summer, but it is still on the colder side of summer. Australia is known to have 35 plus degrees Celsius days in summer, pretty consecutively. Whereas at the moment it's under 20 degrees. It is more or less a normal winter's day. Like I'm in a jacket at the moment to sort of cover up. Not too sure, maybe, hang on. I think that might be Max's channel, but let me add Shelby as a moderator on here too. I love Shelby's work. Shelby does a great job. I thought I did put her as moderator on this channel, but I guess not. Our next departure is going to be a heavy. It's going to be Japan Airlines JL774, a 787-8 Dreamliner going off to Tokyo. And Jen, here in Australia, it is currently summer. Although it doesn't feel like it, it is technically summer. But it is still colder than your typical day in Honolulu. And Steve, that is a great question. Steve asks, what is the busiest day on the Milk Run corridor? I would say Mondays and Fridays would be the two busiest, and Saturday, Sunday being the two quietest. A lot of it is business traffic. There is a huge market for business travel between Sydney and Melbourne. And that will make up, I'm pretty sure it was like 70% of the weekday figures. And glad you're enjoying the ATC. Finally got that up and running. Took a couple of weeks to finding the right scanner, and then on top of finding the right scanner, then we had to order it online and get it down here and set it all up. But finally, it's ready on the streams. Something we've wanted to do for a very long time. Also had help from a friend to try and find it as well, who's another local plane spotter here in Melbourne. Does some great photography work, but doesn't come out here too often. Our next arrival is going to be VA820 from Sydney. The next Milk Run, number 37. 37 Milk Runs already. There we go, counter has been updated. And that is absolutely outstanding. Bart says only 150 likes away from the epic 1K milestone. If you haven't already, please consider clicking the like button. Thank you so much, Bart. Really do appreciate you delivering that PSA. And yes, oh my goodness, 150 likes away from 1K. That is huge. Usually we sort of aim for about 500 likes towards the end of the stream, but this is absolutely incredible. So glad that you guys are enjoying Melbourne Airport this morning. It has been great fun, so busy. The perfect stream for it, if you ask me. The perfect stream for it. And good day, Kid Gaming joining in here from Vietnam. And Tanya, yes I do. I bring coffee, snacks. You know, actually no, to be fair, I usually just bring coffee, and a lot of it. Ideally you want to be caffeinated so you can survive the duration of the stream, because after the first hour you get a little bit, you know, like, because you're talking so much, you start to like lower on energy, and you don't want that to reflect on the stream, so like that's the best way to sort of counteract it. And it can keep you going for the entire time, no problem. Milk Run 37, that is awesome. Great to see, and lining up there, waiting in line is Milk Run number 38, that Virgin Australia 737. And A-Dub, welcome to the A320 class membership program. Great to have you on board. Check the channel membership page to be able to see your exclusive perks for being a channel member and becoming a part of the HD Melbourne Aviation family. I do hope you enjoy some of the behind the scenes content that we have for you, and also access to all the stickers, the emojis, the badges that can be used here on the stream. And Chris donating $5 there. Thank you so much, Chris. And Chris says following UA60, which will be our flight to Melbourne in 2 weeks. Can we get it number 1 on Flight Radar 24? Guys, we've got to do it for Chris. Can we get UA60, the San Francisco flight, all the way up to number 1 on Flight Radar? Go have a look on Flight Radar for flight UA60. Help Chris get that one to number 1. Thank you so much, Chris, for your continued support. As I said, all the way from the beginning, you have been a tremendous support for the channel. Absolutely tremendous. Keeping me motivated, keeping me going, keeping the streams coming along. and keeping the chat nice and busy. Thank you so much, mate. And it's great to see you supporting so many aviation live streaming channels. And A-Dub says, thanks Matt, love it when the flight path is over my house in Bayside. That's awesome. I actually live around the flight path as well. When they land on runway 34 and take off on 27, they go right by my house. And that's sort of what got me into aviation yeah, at the end of the day. And on screen now we have the next milk run, VA833 off to Sydney, another 737-800.
308, wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
There we go, milk run 38. If you look at that little tally at the top right, we're getting close to that 50 mark. My prediction for how many milk runs there'd be before the end. And that is a great question, Owens Aviation. And we'll get back to it just after this arrival here. Looks like it is the all-white Virgin Australia 737-800 arriving in from Brisbane as VA308. This is one of their newly acquired 737-700s from KLM. So Bart, if you're still here watching, this one is from you. Doesn't look as pretty in the all-white as it did wearing the KLM livery. But these have been delivered to Virgin Australia, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be replacing the Fokker 100s that are currently doing the FIFO charters over there in Perth. So Owen, getting back to your question there, mate, there's a few airports that have some insanely cool close-up spots. Sydney, there's a little spot right near the beach where they taxi right past you. You can get right up close to an A380, essentially under its wing. So I think that one's really cool. Melbourne used to have some really great spots, particularly for runway 27. However, they've been closed due to construction of the third runway. They've been using the spot actually to dump radioactive dirt. Don't even get me started on why there's radioactive dirt, but they've been using it, using that sort of area where we used to go and park the car to dump it, and it used to get right up close. When the 747s would use runway 27, you get it right under their wing. And also Canberra has a fantastic spot at one of the long-term car parks. And you get right up close to the planes as they taxi over to runway 35, I think it is.
446 Melbourne Tower.
Yeah. Literally radioactive dirt. That's what I've been told, and I just don't want to know why they're digging up radioactive dirt and how it became radioactive. I don't want to know. And thanks for tuning in all the way from Indonesia, our neighbours up north. Hope you're enjoying the stream this morning. And it's a shame you just missed it. We did have Garuda Indonesia about 30 minutes ago departing over to Jakarta. And Karen, yes, they are definitely on the dangerous side. They have a bit of a temper. They generally will leave you alone if you leave them alone. And fortunately, they're far enough away that they're leaving me alone. But they do like to swoop. On screen now, we have JQ446, another A320-200 going off to the Gold Coast.
This is 446.
And don't worry, we certainly will be seeing that Thai A350. It's just taxiing up to runway 16 now, we can see it just in the distance there going past the terminal. We can definitely see that purple tail, it's unmistakable. And let me just check how late that Cathay Pacific is. Sort of going to be wrapping up around 12:30ish. And yeah, no, unfortunately it is coming at 1:30. Won't be able to catch that one on the stream, unfortunately, mate. But there's always next time. And good day, Becky. Thanks for tuning in. And Zeb, the stabilizer, it doesn't quite lock onto the plane. It's an electronic stabilization on the camera. That's the method. So it will generally just calculate it computerly. Or, you know, in the camera it will calculate what it's trying to stabilize and will stabilize it like that. And as far as the YouTube shorts go, I just change the dimensions of the video and make them vertical, and then the shots do the rest. So looking back at our poll, we have Sydney at number 1 there with 53%, choosing that as their favourite place in Australia to plane spot, understandably. Melbourne at 2nd, Perth at 3rd, and Brisbane at 4th. Perth is certainly cool with all those FIFO movements. So we can see Thai lining up there on runway 16. This is going to be TG466, flying out to Bangkok. It's an A350-900, operating a double daily service now to Melbourne. And taxiing up to the end of the runway, we're going to have the Qantas flight to Delhi, QF69, which is slowly making its way up the end of the runway. And while we wait, we can actually put up another poll now that we have Sydney as the uncontested winner there.
Heavy Melbourne Town. Close 432 Melbourne Town. Quarter 69, sign heading 160, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Alright guys, we have a new poll up there, your favourite plane of all time. We have the 787s, the L1011 at TriStar, the 747, and also the DC-8. Bit of everything. Bit of something from each era of aviation. Me personally, it's going to be the L1011. I love the TriStar. But it looks like 747 is on the winning side there. And good day, Max, tuning in here in the chat. Says, morning, Matt. Just finally tuning in after a busy morning. No worries, mate. It's great to have you here on the stream. Sussing out what's happening. It's been a really, really busy stream. Everything's used 1.6 and it's all gone against the forecast. It was supposed to be cloudy, 2.7 departures and 1.6 arrivals, and it's sunny, all 1.6 departures and arrivals. It's been absolutely brilliant. And Max, if you look on the top right-hand side of the screen, we're already up to 38 milk runs, with another one lined up to take off after this A330 to Delhi. And Bubba, I completely forgot about that, the Concorde. Duh. I should have put that one up there. I'll do that in the next one.
Melbourne South. A 507 winds 130 degrees 16 knots. Way 16 clear to that. Just as far
That's still a relatively new route, the Delhi flight. Beginning at the start of 2022, Qantas began to explore into the Indian market, starting off with Delhi, and then also starting a flight in Sydney from Bangalore, which is awesome to see. Great to see Qantas looking at new markets. And guys, our next 2 movements are going to be milk runs. That's going to put our total up to 40. We're going to have 40 milk runs already. We've still got 2 hours left of the stream, already up to 40. So I think I'm definitely wrong. I had a guess of 50. But our next arrival is going to be the Jetstar A320, landing from Sydney. There it is, just on the right-hand side of the screen. If it would focus, that would be lovely. There we go. Operating as JQ507. And Simon, thanks for tuning in, all the way from Switzerland. It's quite nice over here. It's about 16 degrees Celsius, maybe 17. The sun is starting to come out a little bit more now. And glad you can join us here this morning. And a great way, I hope, that you can unwind tonight watching some Melbourne Airport plane spotting.
Anyone waiting for departure?
And Mysterious Gamer unfortunately has to leave. Thank you so much, mate, for tuning in, joining me here in the chat, and keeping me company while we plane spot this morning at Melbourne. Have a good day, mate, and hopefully see you on the next one.
60 heavy Melbourne Tower, g'day.
And EDC Middleman and Planes, definitely looking forward to those two. The United 787 from San Francisco, along with the Air New Zealand 777 coming in from Auckland. I think I can just see that United 787 in the distance, which might land before the next milk run takes off. No, the next milk run will be taking off first. QF432, which will be departing to Sydney. Another 737-800. And Bart leaving it the second time again. Thank you so much, mate, for tuning in for pretty much the majority of the stream. Really do appreciate it. Hope you've had a great night joining me here. It's been great having you, and you've spent a long time on probably the best stream we've done, which is just fantastic. As always, mate, appreciate your support, and hope to catch you there in Amsterdam when you do your next stream. Whether I have audio or not, we'll see.
After landing, roll through to vacate at Juliet. Wind 30 degrees, 12 knots, May 16 clear to land.
And guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. By hitting that like button, you are allowing YouTube to figure out that this stream should be suggested to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts who may enjoy watching some Melbourne Airport plane spotting live. It's the best way to support the channel for free and to continue supporting these live streams so that I keep them going. And if you have hit that like button already, thank you so much once again for your incredible support.
Station to Major Oscar firefighting service category. Temperature 20.
And on final approach here, we have that United 7879 wearing the new livery, and this is arriving from San Francisco. This is now the second longest flight out of Melbourne, clocking in at about 14.5 hours, I believe. Let's have a look. No, 15 hours. The San Francisco flight is 15 hours long.
And company at Bravo into runway 16, cross runway 27.
And yep, absolutely it is. Super long there, Rudy. Would definitely be a struggle. I think the last few hours of that flight you'd be very be very fidgety. Sort of ready to leave. Ready to get out there and ready to hit that destination.
Background 777.
60 work with me.
Dave, that is a fair effort. 11 hours. I do find that those flights are far easier to do overnight because you can get a little bit of sleep even in the uncomfortable sort of chairs and uncomfortable positions, but it can be done. Oh, and Melbourne to Vancouver, yeah, that is a huge flight. That's like 16 hours and something, 16 hours and 15 minutes-ish. Absolutely huge. But it is the easiest way to get to Canada when it was flying. So hopefully that Air Canada have now stated that they have intentions to fly back to Melbourne, that they do it. But I do think it's going to be more in the medium term than the short term, because they have decided to increase Sydney so much, and also they increased Sydney with our flight numbers and our flight. There's United slowly taxiing past and going to make its way over there to Terminal 2, so the passengers can disembark and enter the country. And Max has 920 likes, Matt. That is seriously awesome. This could be the first stream that we actually do hit that 1,000 like mark, Max. It has been a awesome morning, super busy, and a lot of fun. And eating microwaves, I actually agree. I do love it as well. It looks so nice. A nice little way to sort of advertise their alliance without going too overboard. But you can see it right there, just behind the cockpit window. So if you look into the chat, we can see the poll there. We have the 747 variant winning as everyone's all-time favorite aircraft. We have the 787 coming in second, and then the TriStar and DC-8 coming in even third. So in the chat, guys, let me know what your thoughts are on United's new livery. I know when it first came out there was a little bit of controversy and people's opinions were very divided. Personally, I think it is fantastic. I love the new livery. But what do you think? Do you prefer the old livery, the old Continental, or do you prefer this new livery? Or are you more old school and prefer the blue tulip livery? Even the grey battleship livery? Let me know in the chat what you think. Always great to hear all your opinions on these liveries, and that at the end of the day is like one of the coolest things about, you know, plane spotting. It's all the different tails, all the different color schemes, and everyone has a great opinion on those. And on the runway there we have QF flight 677 going to Adelaide, another Qantas 737-800. And Hayden there with a $2 tip. Thank you so much again, Hayden. Really do appreciate it, mate. With the continued support this morning, it's been absolutely tremendous. Hayden says, "Hey Matt, runway change 09 and 16 arrivals." That's fun. A little bit of a curveball, but I think we can still get a decent shot of 09 arrivals from here in the T4 car park. So we'll give it our best shot. Hopefully a lot of the arrivals that we're interested in, like the Air New Zealand 777 and such, will go to runway 16 based on it being the longer runway, but we'll see what happens. But thanks for letting me know, Hayden. Otherwise that would have really caught me by surprise. Actually, I can see an arrival right now. Surprised they're using 09 and not 27 though. And Max could not agree more there. And here is an international flight from Virgin Australia going to Nandi. There's VA 195, 737-800. Whoops, camera got away there. Sorry guys, it is incredibly tricky to look at the flight information to film at the same time. And there it goes, powering out of runway 16, going towards Fiji. It's going to be about a 5-hour flight, so getting towards the end of the 737's limit. And Henry, my favourite plane, is the IL-96. Absolutely love the IL-96. And yeah, Max, could not agree. I love, well, both liveries are good, but the California UA livery is something else. That special livery truly is awesome, and I hope that we're able to catch it when we go over to Los Angeles together at the end of the month. It would be great to get that one. On departure now, we have VA219, another 737-800, and this one is going to be going to Adelaide. And Baxter says, can you set a new poll, Airbus versus Boeing? Could definitely get to that. Let's see. Let's hope this Rex doesn't take off while we do that. But I do like that idea. Airbus versus Boeing, guys. Just before the next milk run, number 41 takes off there. The Rex 737 ZL42.
474 at Echo Line at runway 16 and late.
Guys, in the chat, how many milk runs do you think we're going to get before the end of the stream? We're going to be streaming probably until about 12:30, which is just under 2 hours time. We're already at 41, and a milk run is a flight between Melbourne and Sydney. How many do you think we're going to get? Dave thinks we're going to get 81. Good guess. Torito on 70. You never know, it could happen. My guess was 50, but I think I'm going to be very wrong. Just setting up the next poll, guys, so give me just a minute. Alright, your favorite aircraft manufacturer. Check out that poll in the chat and choose who you prefer as your favorite. And while you're doing that, this is Jetstar flight JQ474 going off to Newcastle, another A320-200.
TG12, wind 140 degrees, runway 16, clear to land.
Clayton saying 85. Karen with 64. Owen with 64. Down under Aviation and Trains 72. James with 54. Shelby 53. These are all solid guesses. Very, very solid guesses. So for those who are just tuning in, my name's Matt, and I'm your host this morning here at Melbourne Airport, and we're following the morning rush as viewed from the Terminal 4 car park. This car park offers a terrific view of runway 16 departures and arrivals, which is what we are focusing on right now. And for those who are curious as well, at the top right hand corner we have the little milk run counter. Now the milk run is a name given to the Melbourne and Sydney flights, and the nature behind that nickname is because back in the 80s the milk bars were very, very popular, as opposed to now, which has been overrun by supermarkets. And if anybody needed milk, if they needed newspapers, if they needed confectionery, if they needed anything, you do a quick milk run to the milk bar. So that's where the name sort of came from, and because of the frequency of the Sydney flights and the short duration of the flight, and how, and pretty much, frequency, like how often they sort of happen, it's been given the nickname the milk run. Just a little milk run between Melbourne and Sydney. Just a little milk run from home to the milk bar. That's where it's sort of come from. And we're counting on this stream how many milk runs we can catch before it ends. So I had a prediction of about 50. And we're already here at 41. And this is flight QF878 going to the Gold Coast.
1987, wind 16 degrees, 12 knots.
Another Qantas 737-800. Good day, Crowney and Weston. Thank you both for tuning in this morning at Melbourne Airport. And on arrival now, we have the QantasLink Embraer E190, the daily service between Melbourne and Townsville, and our only E190 service at all. It's operating as QF1987, and it's just completing its near 3-hour flight from Townsville. And guys, only 45 likes to go until 1,000 likes. So if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps support the stream immensely. And it is the best free way to support the live streams. So can we reach that 1,000 mark by the time we finish? We're still going to be streaming for just shy of 2 hours. So we've got plenty of time. And no, don't use any Sports TV's cameras.
043,
I'm just using the
clear
little old Sony RX10. Just a little bridge camera, nothing too spiffy. But it does do the job, and it does do the job very, very well.
1548 Melbourne Tower, g'day.
And departing now, we have JQ43, a Jetstar A321neo. One of their new aircraft and new acquisitions. Great to see these aircraft joining their fleet.
Wind 160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
and Western. And for anyone else sort of wondering about the time, so the time is located on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It's currently 10:45 AM here in Australia. And looks like Air India is on the move. Our next heavy aircraft of the stream, it's going to be AI 309 going off to Delhi. And yes, I did hear that. They had to turn back because the Indonesian aviation authorities apparently heard that it was a A321 that was going there, and they didn't. The 787 was a last-minute switch, and the approval wasn't granted, so they had to turn around, which would have been dreadful, spending 8 hours and getting nowhere on the 78. And Henry, my favorite airline, is actually Averts Air Cargo, which is a little operation that is carried out there in Alaska. They have a really cool fleet consisting of DC-6s, DC-3s, and MD-80s. So the fact they have DC-6s just gets the win in my book. On arrival now, we have QF 1548. This is coming in from Launceston. It's a 717-200, and as always, it is fantastic to see the 717 still flying here, as they are becoming rarer and rarer. And just behind that 717 there, we can see the Singapore A350, which has pushed back and will be taking off shortly as well, following that Air India 787. With any luck, ZND will be operating the Los Angeles flight, which would be awesome. Getting a nice 1-6 departure shot of that for the stream.
309 heavy
And
Melbourne.
yes, really something that isn't seen at LA anymore. It used to be quite common there with the Delta 717s flying between San Francisco and Los Angeles. However, now I think it's all changed. I don't think I've seen one there for at least a year. Maybe even during COVID, that was like the last time. But when I've come up there to see you and plane spot with you, I don't think I've actually, yeah, I'm trying to think, I don't think I've seen one. And yes, we do have the 787 of Qantas just parked up here in the terminal. We can see the door is still open on it. So if it is doing the LA flight, it is going to be unfortunately delayed, as it is already 10:50 and the LA flight is supposed to go out at 11. And Julian, no, that was the 717-200. And Rudy, I'm pretty sure that they're still around, but they stick more towards the east coast. Pretty sure, yeah, because they fly them out of Atlanta. I don't know if they're still around. I'm pretty sure they were meant to be around until 2025. Or it was 2023. It was one of the two. But as far as I knew, they were still flying, but just not to LA. On arrival, there we have our next milk run. This is VA824 coming in from Sydney. Bringing that milk run counter all the way up to 42. And Henry is in that Singapore A350. I wish you luck and hope you have a very, very safe flight over to Singapore. We can see a little bit of a glimpse of your tail there. Make sure no matter what you do to get runway 16, do not let ATC send you over to 27 randomly for no reason. On arrival as well, we have the NZ123 flight from Auckland. This is going to be a 777-300ER. And it looks like it's just the standard livery.
Just 433.
And Craig, yes it has. It's gotten windier and windier as the morning's gone on. Starting out pretty quiet, and now it's picked up quite a bit. Lots of gusts. We can see the planes sort of dancing around on arrival, dealing with some of the wind shear. And there's Henry in that Singapore there. And that is awesome to know. ZND is the LA flight, but it is going to be late. They're definitely not going to push that one back by 11 o'clock. But with any luck, by about 12:15 they will. That's sort of roughly when I'd wanted to push back, then we can sort of be wrapped up for 12:30. And Henry, absolutely, we'll be filming you on the stream. So make sure to bookmark the stream so you can always go back and watch your departure. And Gaza, yes it is. The Singapore A350 is going to be the second takeoff in line, just after this Air India 787. And on screen now we have flight AI309 going to Delhi. Is a 7878 by Air India. And there goes Air India with a flight time of about 12.5 hours, definitely on the longer side.
Departures Air India 309, please.
And there's Air New Zealand taxiing into Terminal 2. After arriving from Auckland. And Karen, that's awesome. From me to you. Enjoy that Air India 787 coming over shortly, along with the the Singapore Airlines A350 following very closely behind.
238 Heavy Melbourne.
And guys, we did it! We reached 1,000 likes. Holy moly, thank you so much for your incredible support. Oh, this is awesome. Double any amount of likes we've reached in the past with these streams. This is absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad to be
237.
shooting this morning out here for this stream. I'm glad that you guys are all enjoying it. And as long as you guys are enjoying it, we will continue doing them. So just waiting for the Singapore A350 to line up onto runway 16, just from behind that building.
160 degrees, 16 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Actually, I think it's going to wait for this Dash 8 to come in.
794 Melbourne South.
And good day, ZK Aviation. Thanks for tuning in. And what a great stream to tune into. It's been a very, very busy morning. You can see this little Jetstar A320 being loaded up here. Everyone getting ready for their holiday interstate. And thank you so much, Shelby and Susan. Really appreciate it. A huge milestone. I am so happy and so thankful. And Hayden, thanks so much, mate. Couldn't have done it without all of you guys. Sergio wishing me a happy new year from Mexico, and happy new year to you too from down here in Australia. And Crowny, that I didn't know. So, was it Singapore Airlines that was the first? Because I would have thought they would have started Sydney first. And Karen, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. And guys, it looks like we're going to get double Singapore Airlines. On final approach now, we have the Singapore Airlines 777-300ER. Operating as SQ237, which is going to be touching down on runway 16 very, very shortly. And good day, Stefan. And he says, good day from Kalui. Could you please elaborate why likes are so important? Secondly, what monetary percentages go to what when pledging? Aloha. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. And essentially, likes will help boost the live streams to reach a wider audience. So when you get more likes, it's going to recommend the live stream to more like-minded aviation enthusiasts, which is why likes are important. The more likes you get, essentially YouTube will sort of treat that as a indication of whether it is a higher quality stream, and if it's a higher quality stream, it will push that out to more people who have an interest in that stream. So if it can identify that it's an aviation related stream, it's going to push it to aviation people, or people who have searched for aviation stuff, watch aviation stuff, and the likes of that. And when it comes to monetary pledging, generally I put it all towards stuff for the stream. Like, I've recently invested into some mics and headsets, and then got a longer HDMI cord, which was a fair bit of money as well, to get a high quality, high data sort of one, a high hertz one I think it's called. So generally I put it all back into the channel and improving the work, improving the footage, improving anything that I can. And I also put it towards traveling overseas so I can film more stuff from around the world. So that's generally what I do with that. And it's the best way to do it. In my opinion, I will always be putting money that HD Melbourne Aviation earns into future trips to get more footage and to cover more airports. And ideally want to be able to cover all the airports, or all the main airports that I can think of that would be interesting in the world. It's a very, very ambitious goal, but eventually we'll get there. And our departure here is going to be SQ238, Singapore Airlines A350-900, departing off to Singapore Changi, one of many A350 services to Melbourne.
20, before we make that, can you continue on Victor, cross runway 7, Cambridge, Charlie, for runway 16?
And yes, I do believe they do. I think they take about 30% of the pledges, which is a bit frustrating. But without them, without their platform, you know, we wouldn't be live streaming. So I sort of take it as that way. Like, you are sharing it with YouTube. They are providing the service, and we are sort of going along with it.
794, are you ready for an immediate departure? Will be required. 794, Charlie, runway 16, line up expedite.
And Ronan, welcome to the Airbus A320 class membership. Thank you so much for joining. Really do appreciate it, for supporting the channel. It's an absolute delight to have you part of the family, and check the channel membership page to see your exclusive perks that you get for being an Airbus A320 class member. I saw that you subscribed a little bit ago. I do remember your name. It came up under the little subscription thing on the channel. So really glad that you're enjoying the stream.
794, thank you, traffic.
And thank you for being here and joining me this morning for some morning plane spotting at Melbourne Airport. And Hayden, yes, celebration drink after the stream. Gonna be going to McDonald's, my favorite place, and getting a nice vanilla latte. Celebrate the fantastic stream. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. It has been a tremendous morning. On departure now, we have Jetstar flight JQ794, and this is the Airbus A321-200 going to the Sunshine Coast. Nice early rotation there. And Mark, thank you so much for that. You won't regret it. And because we are so sporadic, that's easily the best way to be notified on when we do post another live stream and when we schedule it. And the reason for being so sporadic is because we try and choose the best days to stream. Melbourne can be very, very quiet, and it can also be very, very, I would say, dodgy with the runways. So some mornings you're going to get a lot of stuff like today where we've just got an endless amount of traffic. Other days we'll just get nothing because they're using a bad runway config and it all goes to a runway that we can't see. So that's why we do it very sporadically. So I'm glad that you've chucked that notification bell on so that you don't miss any. And good day, Sam. Thanks for tuning in. And Jen saying to feed the algorithm, congrats on the 1K likes. Jen, thank you so much. You've been a huge supporter for this stream. Really do appreciate it. With a $5 tip before, a $2 tip, and also becoming a member of the channel. Jen, really do appreciate it. You've made my morning so awesome. I really can't say enough how much I appreciate it. Cannot say enough. And looking forward to going back up your way to Honolulu whenever I get the chance. And yes, Karen, the weather can be so dodgy here in Melbourne. The best way to put it is really that, just dodgy. You get your great days and you get your 4 seasons in a day. On screen now we have Virgin Australia flight VA 1320 going to Hobart. Another 737-800. And this one's got the split skimlets. I think there's only 1 or 2 737s with the split skimlets in the Virgin Australia fleet. They're certainly not common, and they really were for the Fiji flights and the Denpasar flights, because I'm pretty sure it's flights over 3 hours it saves money, whereas flight under 3 hours it doesn't. Sparing no time at all, we have a heavy coming in. This is QF 6001, a ferry flight. It's a Qantas 7879. And they're ferrying this in most likely to cover the Perth-London flight, which will be operating at about 3:45 PM today. So great to get an additional heavy arrival, as usually they plan it a little bit better, that there's 2 787s on the ground here in the morning. One will do the LA and one will stay for the morning and then leave in the afternoon towards Perth and then off to London. So I'm going to count that one as a Sydney run. That's milk run number 43 there. And Henry, how are you still how are you still in the chat if you were flying that Singapore A350? And Amelia with a very generous $10 tip there. And Amelia says, for some black champagne, i.e. coffee, to celebrate today's milestone after the stream. Really good stream today. Thank you so much, Amelia. And I'll definitely be savouring every sip of that black champagne, my favourite drink. Really do appreciate your tremendous support, and it's been great having you here this morning. And what a great morning it has been. That milestone, 1,000 likes, I cannot believe it. And the perfect stream for that as well. The perfect stream to reach a larger audience, because it has been so much busier on this stream than it usually is in Melbourne. So definitely chose a great day for it. And there is the 787 taxiing over here. Most likely we'll go to a hard stand, and then we'll be moved over to the terminal a little bit later in the day for its flight over to Perth. And really appreciate that, Mark. Glad that you're liking the channel and the content we put on here. And oh, so the Singapore A350's got Wi-Fi. That's cool. Very nice. Henry, you did a great job. 10 out of 10 from me. On arrival, we have our next milk run, VA826, operating from Sydney as a 737-800.
You're ready for an immediate departure. Next stop's inside 4 miles. 05, Echo runway 16.
So that brings the milk run counter up to 44, as you'll see in the top right hand corner of the screen. And good day, Charlie, tuning in the chat. Charlie's a local plane spotter here in Melbourne, posting some great photos there on Instagram. And yeah, it looks good, Charlie. Looks like they're parking things back to where they used to pre-pandemic. Melbourne is finally starting to look like its old self, with heavies all over the place, just in random areas of the airport. And on screen now we have QF 1005 off to Hobart, another 737-800.
65 Melbourne, number 115, 5 knots.
I think it'd be a super easy flight going off runway 16 to Hobart, because essentially so when you take off on runway 16, you're like, you know, taking off towards the south, and Hobart is pretty much directly south to Melbourne. So it'd be the easiest flight in the world, just like flying straight. I love it. And our next arrival is going to be the Jetstar A320, operating as JQ793 from the Sunshine Coast. And this A320 appears to have winglets as well.
Ready, immediate traffic at 3.25 miles. 37 expedite line up runway 16. 223 Melbourne 10. 37, company traffic at 204 miles now, runway 16, cleared for immediate takeoff.
And next to depart will be the Virgin Australia 737-700 going to Sydney as VA837. This is the all-white liveried 737-700, one of Virgin's new acquisitions from KLM. And there it is in the Ghost livery, and bringing our milk run counter up to 45. And Duckman, thank you so much for that. Glad you're enjoying the commentary and also the clear picture. Thanks for tuning in all the way from Scotland. So on screen there we have the Virgin Australia flight that sort of slipped between our fingers, and that one came from Launceston, Tasmania. And we can also see towards the international terminal, the Qantas 787 doing the Los Angeles flight has just pushed back and will be taking off for us very, very shortly. Going to be our next heavy aircraft departure. Awesome that it's decided to take off today and not do the later flight. So we're going to be able to get a great shot of that on the stream.
728 Melbourne Tango number 2, wind 140 degrees.
And Roberts, what we do is we have some portable batteries with us, some large, very powerful battery packs, and we just keep the laptop plugged into that to maintain the battery. The live streaming does drain a lot of power, so we have to keep it charging at the same time, otherwise it just dies straight away. Like, you can probably get about 20 minutes on the laptop battery while you're doing a live stream. And Sunny have done quite a bit of plane spotting over there in Vancouver. Feel free to look on my channel and you'll be able to see the videos from past visits. And good morning, Jacob. Thanks for tuning back in. And John tuning in from Southport, England. Awesome to see. Our next arrival is going to be ZL223, a Rex 737-800 coming in from Brisbane. If we can find it on screen. There we go. There it is, just flying over the Buller Mountains. And E, thanks so much, mate. Tuning in all the way from Chicago. And me too, Owen. It's going to be a fantastic catch. Getting that Pokemon 787 by Scoot.
728, wind 150 degrees, 18 knots, 16, clear to land.
Our next arrival is going to be Virgin Flight VA28, 728, sorry, arriving in from the Gold Coast. Another 737-800. And good day, Brian, tuning in there from Birmingham. Welcome to Melbourne, guys. For everybody who's just tuning in, I'm Matt. I'm your host here this morning at Melbourne Airport, and I'm taking you through the morning rush. We're going to be filming at runway 16 arrivals and departures. It's about 18 degrees Celsius. It is mostly cloudy. And we are at Australia's second busiest airport. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm determine whether or not the live stream is of high quality, and it will push it out to like-minded aviation enthusiasts. And if you have already, thank you so much for the support, and it's been great to have you here joining me and keeping me company this morning at Melbourne Airport. And Craig, I'm pretty sure they have 5, with more coming online very soon. They've got big aspirations to start flying over to Perth and to strengthen their network into the Golden Triangle, which is Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane.
314, wind 15 degrees, 0 knots now, runway 16, clear to land.
The Milk Run logo. See, that would be awesome, and it's dedicated only to the Melbourne-Sydney flight. It just goes back and forth, back and forth. It does not deviate. It does not go anywhere else. It doesn't. They don't just like send it over to Brisbane just because they're like short of planes. Like, no, the Milk Run is only Melbourne, Sydney. That'd be awesome. And on board, they serve you milk Like, they don't serve you coffee, they serve you hot milk. And then all the meals are like porridge. Porridge and yogurt. The milk run. That's the real milk run. And then half the plane is like also dedicated to cows. So they'll have, the back half is like, it's almost like a petting zoo kind of thing. There'll be cows in the back and it's just like transporting the dairy cows across. And Rudy, Sam is at work. And he's also, with his new career that he's taking, he's not going to be able to do much streaming for the next few months, I think, even up to a year, when he's going to be living pretty far away from the airport to finish off what he has to do, which is definitely a shame. It's always great fun to be streaming out here with Sam.
2679 tag.
And on your screen now we have VA314. This is another 737-800 coming in from Brisbane.
2679, I think I run my 16 line up expedite, traffic at 3 and a bit miles.
And Jen, it's so cool. It is a great looking livery, and we're going to be able to get that one taking off very, very shortly. It's always even nicer to see it in the air.
679.
And good day, Meek. Thanks for tuning in from Germany. Says, love your channel, keep it going. Thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying the content, and hope to see you around, and hope to see you enjoy the last hour or so of the stream. Here we have VA679 going off to Perth. And this flight used to be an Airbus A330 before the pandemic forced Virgin into retiring the fleet of A330s that they were running.
93 tag day. 3764, wind 16 degrees, knots from my 16, clear to land.
So yeah, this used to fly out at about midday, and then it would come back quite late at night. It used to do the night run back to Melbourne. Pretty sure it'd land at about 11 PM or so. It was one of the last heavies in, I remember that. And good day to everybody who's just tuning in. Great to see.
679, contact patch.
And Owen, thank you so much for the kind words there. Sorry to hear about your best mate,
Charlie, run my 16
but hopefully you're able to chat to him soon. But in the meantime, we've got plenty of streams for you coming up. I think we got one with Max, most likely on the weekend. I think Saturday morning, or even Sunday morning. So lots of Melbourne streams coming up. And then we also have our big trip. So Max from Aviation Videography and myself, we're going to be going up to Sydney and Brisbane to do some streaming, whilst we have the time in January to be able to do it. So it's going to be a great week. Hopefully a week straight of just streams. That's kind of what we're planning to do. And that's going to be starting, I think, next weekend.
23, wind at the upwind then 10 degrees, 5 knots from my 16, clear for takeoff.
On screen now, you're going to see QF93. This is a 7879 going direct to Los Angeles. It's also wearing the Yam Dreaming livery, which is a native Australian livery designed by a wonderful artist, Emily, who's native Australian herself.
18 heavy Melbourne tag day, number 2, wind 16 degrees, 15. departures.
And Meek, that is the age-old question. It is a relatively big city, but the airport, in comparison, is quite small. Not too sure why, but it does hold its own. It does okay. And John, those special liveries there in Brussels for Brussels Airlines are awesome. I love that Tintin livery, and I love the Red Devils livery as well. Absolute stunners. And I was fortunate enough on my last trip to Brussels to be able to catch I think all the special livery A320s, and I even caught that new livery A330 that they had flying around between New York and Brussels. So very fortunate to get those. They're really, really cool liveries. On approach now, we have the Qantas Link 717-200 arriving in from Newcastle. This is QF 1597. And there we go. And Stephen says, due to ongoing health issues, I cannot financially support any stream at this time, but I will continue to like yours as it's one of the top 5 worldwide. Your camera and vocal clarity is superb. Thank you so much, mate. And never feel pressured to support financially. It's merely just an option there. But these streams realistically are built on everybody enjoying the content, and the likes are easily one of the best ways to support the stream as well. But never feel obligated. We're not really about that here at HD Melbourne Aviation. We're not sort of we don't expect any financial help. It's nice, but we don't expect it. We do these streams most of the time as well because we just love doing them. So I know Max and myself, we're both sort of on the same page of that. Like, we love to come out here. We love to do these live streams. We really, really enjoy it, and we enjoy engaging with our subscribers as well. Getting to know you guys a little bit better, and that's really at the heart of our live streams. What we want. We just want to showcase the planes, get to know you guys better, and have a good time, have a good laugh. And plane spotting with people is always better. And on approach now, we're going to see that special livery Scoot, the Pokemon livery, operating as TR18 from Singapore. Great to be able to feature this one on the stream, as it is one of the coolest special liveries that come down here to Melbourne.
Heavy Melbourne target number 216 degrees 15 knots.
And the wind is getting stronger and stronger. Hopefully the audio quality is not affected too much from those big gusts. Awesome plane there. Now, I'm not a huge Pokemon player, but I do recognize a few of those with I think it's a Lapras, Psyduck, Pikachu, Pichu, and I'm not too sure what that green one is. As I said, not a huge Pokemon player. Used to do some of the trading cards actually back in the day, back when I was in primary school. Used to love it. And Chris, you'll be very surprised. It's actually a great service over there to Singapore. You've chosen well. And that's awesome. Oh, I do remember that. I remember seeing some photos online, and I'm pretty sure it clouded over last minute for you guys over there in Coolangatta. nice close-up of that livery right there. And Owen, hopefully you get a chance to catch it next time it comes over there to Coolangatta.
566 tag.
Oh, our next arrival, have to take it off the attention of the Pokemon, is our next milk run, the Jetstar A320-200 from Sydney, operating as JQ509. Just about to touch down there on runway 16.
Star 566, expect that the next arrivals are 3:30 at 4 miles.
Star 56.
Star 566 at Echo, runway 16 line up. Philippine 209, continue the approach runway 16, departing.
"46 milk runs." When you really like break it down, it is just a huge amount of milk runs. Huge. And on departure now we have JQ566, a Jetstar A320 going off to Brisbane. Wearing the old livery as well. We can see the old titles on the front of the plane there.
Around 30 Melbourne tag. 209, wind 150 degrees, runway 16, clear to land.
It sure is, isn't it? It is a very, very charming livery, and one of the coolest ones that come here in terms of special liveries. On final approach now we have the Philippine Airlines A330-300 operating as PR209, landing from Manila. It's good to see the airspace back open and operations running smoothly again, as I think for about 2 days, or maybe even a day and a half, the airspace around the Philippines was shut. And good day, Oscar. Thanks for tuning in.
Contact ground 1217.
Making it 117 for the P209. Good day.
Hi, sir. Van 30, wind 13, 0 degrees, 15 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And Mike and Tabitha, thank you so much, mate. Guys, I should say, for subscribing to the channel. Hope you enjoy the content that we're posting, whether that be the streams or whether that be the live streams. Neville says, thank you, Matt, for today's enjoyable streaming. Really enjoyed it. Catch you again. Thanks so much for stopping by, mate. And glad that you've enjoyed the stream. It's been great fun. Super busy, which has been awesome. Keeping myself entertained and keeping everyone else entertained. Hope to see you on the next one, mate. Take care. And PF has come back. Good day, mate. Wondering whether you would show up again. Good to see you. Just in time as well. We're sort of getting towards the final hour now of the live stream. And Chris says the Filipinos have come to see you, Matt. Looks like they have. Sending in one of their big birds, A330, to say hello. And landing on runway 16, we have a very special 737. This is the Air Vanuatu 737-800 arriving in from Port Vila, operating as NF30. And the wind is really starting to pick up now. Yes, the weather is definitely getting better here. It's still cold, and it's actually getting very windy now, but definitely better than what's going on there in LA, which is really shocking because even in winter you guys get better weather than us in summer. So very, very odd, but hopefully that passes soon. I saw that you guys got reverse ops as well, whether it was yesterday or today. Well, I know it would have been yesterday. Or maybe this morning, I don't know with the time zones, but I did see that. I thought that was pretty cool. One of the little perks to getting some bad weather over there in LA. So definitely one of the coolest looking liveries here. Look at that, guys. The Air Vanuatu 737. Absolutely stunning. I love the wave that follows through on the fuselage of the plane. And the way it blends in with the volcano on the tail there.
Albert Tower, Rex 3468.
And Alex, thanks so much. Glad that you're enjoying. And my favorite aircraft is actually the Illusion IL-96.
160, hold short runway 16, Rex 3468.
Absolutely love it. Something very, very unique and interesting about the IL-96s. And Chris says cloudy and windy in Sydney today. Not ideal for photography at all, mate. Hopefully it improves a little bit for you as the day goes on and for the afternoon rush. And Chris, what's some of the best stuff you've gotten so far on your Sydney trip?
69 at Echo, runway 16, line up expedite, please.
And darn, Rudy, darn. All I want to do is get some reverse ops. I would love to do that in LA. Never seem to have any luck with it. But hopefully, when I come up there at the end of the month, we get lucky with some less than ideal conditions, pushing them to do those reverse ops for us.
69, runway 16.
MJB, I think we do. I think now that it's gotten just a little bit quiet for a second, we can fit in another little poll. Let's see what we can do. Illusion not doing well there with only 2% of the votes. Alright, as that 737 departs to Perth, we'll get a nice wide angle shot while I set up the next poll.
.3468 at Foxtrot, runway 16, line up expedite.
Line up Foxtrot, runway 16, we'll go to Rex 3468.
31, continue the approach, runway 16, company SAM departing. .3468, next rolls the company 73 at 2 miles. No spare turn on, roll on and depart. Runway 16 cleared for immediate takeoff.
Runway 16 cleared for immediate takeoff, rec 3468.
Thank you. Contact departures.
Alright guys, part 2 of your favourite plane has now gone up on the poll section in the chat.
Wind 180 degrees 15 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
6 clear to land, rec 31.
Your favourite plane. Out of those options, I don't even know what I would choose. I like them all. And on approach there we have the Milk Run number 47. This is the Rex 737 flight ZL31 coming in from Sydney. 47 milk runs, and the wind is really playing around with the camera there. It does not want to let up. It's getting very, very windy. And Bring Back Concord says you can guess my choice. Antonov 225. And there is the latest milk run vacating off runway 16. So we have the Concorde in the lead at the moment. Strato Launcher coming in last. The AN225 coming in second. Darwin Avgreek says maybe 60 on today's stream. Maybe. It has slowed down a little bit, and we're not going to be streaming for too much longer before having to pack up. And it couldn't have sort of come at a better time. The wind is picking up incredibly quickly, blowing all of our stuff around here. Everything, my headphones have even fallen off the table. Guys, have your say in the poll, in the chat. Concorde is so far the fan favourite. And Chris saying, what's wrong with the Strato Launcher? Nothing Chris, it's just up against some very worthy adversaries. That's the problem. On final approach now we have another 717, and this one is coming in from Hobart, all the way from Tasmania. It's QF 1552.
77 continuous, number 1 now, runway 16, will be at departure. Echo, company 73, prior to arrival. At Echo, runway 16, line up expedite.
Awesome to still get these 717s in bulk. And Chris, that's awesome, managing to catch that T-Way A330. A new service there.
Thank you. Traffic at 2.5 miles.
In Sydney.
Cleared for immediate takeoff.
Operating, I think, 3 times a week between Sydney and Seoul. So great to see. Hope you got some great shots. Hope you got some 16 arrival shots. They're always the best. And on departure, there you can see QF 612 going off to Brisbane. The Qantas 737, if the zoom would stop jumping.
Wind 15, 0 degrees 5, runway 16, clear to land. LCA 30 Melbourne Tower today, continuous number 2, runway 16, wind 15, 0 degrees 15 knots.
And yes, almost a DC-9. It's got a little bit of a nickname around here in Melbourne, the DC-9 Neo. That's what we call the 717s, because it essentially is that.
12, contact departure.
On final approach now, we have QF 877 arriving in from the Gold Coast. Just about to touch down. We've just got it on camera before the smoke hit the runway. And we can see taxiing up now to runway 16. We have that Vietnam Airlines A350-900, Max's favourite.
Runway 16 at Charlie, confirm ready, sir.
It is the Max Special.
Number 2 in 1 0 degrees 15. 091, trying to get 3 miles from my 16, cleared.
And Max, yes, it's definitely getting busier here in Melbourne, which is great to see. And departing off runway 16 now, we have VA91 going to Denpasar. Another one of Virgin Australia's limited but growing international flights. Their network certainly is not what it used to be pre-pandemic. They used to also fly to Hong Kong and Tokyo with their A330s, and of course we can't forget about Los Angeles with their 777s from all three capitals of the east coast of Australia. Used to fly to Los Angeles from Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. Sydney was daily and I think Brisbane was about 4 weekly, Melbourne 5 weekly to the Sunshine State. Yeah, Max says that work, but definitely in reality, he's down there at Operations Road, which we'll try and show on camera if we can. Operations Road is roughly over there. There it is. He's down there. He's certainly waiting to get a shot of that Vietnam A350.
323, expect that. There's a dash 8 at 3.5.
And Rudy asking a great question there. He says, Matt, anything in particular you're trying to catch when you come to LAX? Apart from catch up with you, yes, the Omega 707, which is based at Riverdale, I think it is, Riverside? March Air Force Base. It's right near Los Angeles. There's a lot of stuff I'm particularly trying to catch in the desert, but at LAX in general, no, not really. Managed to get most of the shots that I wanted to get previous trips. So whatever I get's more or less a bonus, and I'm going to be trying to focus on getting some stuff in the desert, like the Strato launcher, the MD, or the MD-10s for FedEx if they're still flying. I'd love to get just a couple more shots. But nothing really in particular there, Rudy. And it looks like we just missed out on this one, but this is milk run number 48, VA 830, landing from Sydney. And just behind it, off to Brisbane, is another Virgin Australia 737-800. Chris, that's quite the tag team there. So now we're going to wait for the Vietnam Airlines A350 to depart off runway 16. But just before that, looks like we have a little Q300-8.
Exeter.
Arriving in from Mildura as Qantas Link Flight 79. And now for Max's favourite.
The upwind and 150 degrees, 18 knots, my 16 cleared for takeoff.
Operating as VN780. This is the Vietnam Airlines A350-900, flying it direct to Ho Chi Minh City. And ARBZ will zoom in on Etihad soon. Just need to grab the Vietnam.
Wind 170 degrees, 5 knots, my 16 cleared. Melbourne Tower, good morning, continue the approach from my 16.
A great looking A350 dedicated right there to Max.
780, contact departures.
Okay, good day, Vietnam, 780.
No.
And on arrival next we have the Jetstar A320 from Hobart JQ712.
739, continue on Victor, cross runway 27, turning point.
Victor, cross 7, holding point, please. Runway 16, bus 739.
And Oscar there with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, mate. Too generous. And Oscar says, you enjoyed spotting in Canberra, right, Matt? Actually, I did. So I was in Canberra doing some filming for a couple days whilst there for a bit of an anniversary trip. And had the pleasure of spotting in the mornings and got to catch up with my friend there, Oscar Boone, and also Paddy. So it was a great little morning there. We got some great stuff. The spots in Canberra, absolutely fantastic. Can't wait and hope that they get some heavies back very, very soon. I know Qatar is playing a little bit hard to get with Canberra, but hopefully Singapore Airlines decides to sort of restart some services down there, so we can get some great shots, because these spots at Canberra, like, I cannot even express how great they are. Like, I had an absolute blast, and whilst I was only catching some smaller stuff, like Qantas 717s, getting so close to them, getting such fantastic shots,
154, continue the
really made up for it.
16, only the wind 180 degrees, 5 knots.
And as Chris says, guys, where are you tuning in from? We haven't done this in a few hours now, so it'd be great to see. Put in the chat where you're watching. I would love to know. And it looks like we have another takeoff to the Gold Coast VA739.
The wind 170 degrees, 1 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
go. There's that close-up on the Etihad 777 that you wanted. And we have a $5 tip there from Chris. Thank you so much, mate. You guys are spoiling me today. I owe you a coffee next time I see you. I'm sure that'll be soon. I'm pretty sure I'm going to see you guys on the tail end of your trip as Max and I go up towards Sydney. And Chris says, coming from someone as privileged as you, that's a bit unfair, given you see him 4 times a day. And Chris, we're about to get the A380 in a few months too. But hey, I would give happily one of our A350s up to Canberra, without a doubt. If I had the power to do it, I would send it straight over there for you. On departure now, we have our Qantas Embraer E190 QF 1988 off to Townsville. It's actually my first time filming the Qantas Embraer here at Melbourne. Usually it's just been the Alliance, but they seem to have swapped out the normal Embraer for the Qantas one. Actually, as a matter of fact, for the last couple of months we've actually been getting the special livery of Alliance, the Centenary livery. So it's really, really good to get something a little bit different. Finally get that Qantas livery here. They've been flying those around for quite a while now. And Chris says 747 or nothing, Matt. Come on. I'll have a word with Melbourne Airport and say, send us more 747s. Secure some more cargoes. But Melbourne can't be exactly like Sydney. We can't take all the 747s. But I wouldn't mind getting the UPS one down here.
Continuous number 2, runway 16, there'll be a dash 8 departure from Foxtrot prior to your arrival. The wind 16, 0 degrees, 18 knots. On a 678, wind 14, 0 degrees.
So guys, we do have the China Airlines 777 Airbus A350 coming in about 15 minutes time. And also coming in, also leaving in about 10 minutes time is supposed to be the Air New Zealand 777. So we will hang around for those. And then after that we're going to wrap the stream up. It's getting very, very windy. Things are falling off the table, which is making things tricky. And also, the black champagne is calling me, the coffee.
Tag A, hold short, runway 16, assigned heading was 160.
But on arrival, we have the Qantas 737-800 from Adelaide, operating as QF 678. And there it is, vacating off runway 16. And entering 16 for departure, we have the QantasLink Q300. Another NA flight. The Q300s on Flight Radar are really, really dodgy. Like, they struggle to record those accurately. This is going to operate as a Qantas Flight 55. QantasLink 55 to... not too sure, probably Albury, maybe Mildura. I guess we'll find out soon. There it is, a nice short rotation there. Taking up barely any runway at all.
Melbourne Tango. 12, wind 16 degrees, 0 knots from my 16.
And Cillian joining the stream once again. G'day, mate. Tuning all the way in from Adelaide. And Lady Cat, Dashy. That's right, we've got the Qantas Dashy.
Hold short, runway 16.
Hold short, runway 16, 10 to 6.
And PF, yes, we do have a couple of flights from the US, from Melbourne and Sydney. We have Qantas doing the LA flights. We have United doing LA and San Francisco to Melbourne. And Sydney gets a little bit more. We also get the Jetstar 787s, which will go to Honolulu. I think maybe twice a week. That also is another little US flight that we get. But in the meantime, on the screen, speaking of Jetstar 787s, here is the Jetstar 787-8 landing from the Gold Coast as JQ12. See, the speech is now starting to slur, which means the black champagne is needed. The coffee is calling.
The 6 tower, enter, runway 16 and proceed southbound.
Amelia, I don't know about turning and burning, but it definitely turned.
Taxiway Golf.
The dash aids don't burn.
Entering runway 16 southbound, following Jetstar aircraft, rapid exit, Golf into 6.
Thank you. So 12 vacating contact ground 117.
Sydney currently getting 4 United flights per day, 4 times a week. Is the extra one is San Francisco, right? So I'm pretty sure they get like now 2 777s on some days, which is insane. That is so much capacity to the US. They got Houston and they also got Los Angeles.
Contact ground vacating.
Yeah, Roger, contacting ground 10 to 6 is vacated runway.
And Jen with another $5 tip there. Thank you so much, Jen. You've been a tremendous support this stream. Absolutely outstanding. And Jen says before you end the stream today, justice for the Strato launcher. Everyone who claimed 747 was their favorite earlier, traitors. Thanks, Matt. No, definitely, there's got to be some justice for the Strato launcher. Out of all those, it is hard to choose, but the Strato launcher probably would be my choice. I think it is the most unique plane out there. The Concorde, but then again, the Concorde's so unique, they're all good. And that's what made it so tricky, I guess. But guys, have your say in the poll there. Give the Strato launcher some justice by choosing it. As we wrap up the last 20 minutes or so of the stream.
Killing 55, contact departures.
Killing 55.
You can actually see how windy it is. Some of the catering carts there are blowing around. Love to see it. And Kathy's, thank you so much.
3916,
Kathy says, thanks for the stream today. Have to go and do a coffee run. When are you streaming again? I definitely need that coffee run. I can tell just by my voice that the coffee needs to happen. But we'll push through. We'll get it later. I have had already like a coffee and a half this morning, which is bad. I shouldn't be needing more, but I do. And in terms of streaming again, gonna try and stream on HD Melbourne Aviation maybe early next week, and then we'll be doing a live stream on the weekend with Max on his channel Aviation Videography. And good day, Brad. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. And Chris says, appreciate the hour and a half of plane spotting. Amazing sound quality throughout the video. Very diverse. Watch in its entirety and went actually quick. It really does. Like, the streams go so quickly. Like, when you start it, you know, because you're doing so much stuff, I'm focusing on the chat, I'm focusing on the planes, focusing on everything that I possibly can. You don't realize how quickly the time goes. Like, I can't believe it's 12 o'clock. Like, feels like only like maybe 10-15 minutes ago that I was setting everything up before 6 a.m.
I go 16 line up to South 438.
And Rudy says you can never have too much coffee. That's true. That's sort of like the words I live by. Never have too much coffee. And over there we just have the Virgin Australia 737 800 taxiing over to Terminal 3. And we also have the Jetstar A320, which is going to be taking off there on runway 16.
67 at Echo, runway 16, line up and wait.
And is going to be going to the Gold Coast as JQ438. So it looks like we're going to be maybe just short of 50 for the milk runs. Not far out now, CI57, probably about second in line now. Let's see if there's any milk runs lit up. Guys, we're joined here with one of our viewers. Do you want to stand just over there? And I'll give you a mic. Just while we wait for the China Airlines A350. Here we go, grab this one and tell us about yourself. What got you into plane spotting?
I actually got into plane spotting when it was COVID, so when COVID happens, basically no planes came, and then the planes just came back, and then I just got fascinated in them because, like, we live in Kew, so when they come in this way, they fly over us sometimes. Yeah. And so once I did that, I just got really interested into planes.
Yeah. And yeah, when they land on runway 34, it's definitely the best runway configuration you can get because they do fly over a lot of residential areas, including mine. And yeah, and having all the planes back now, it's definitely a lot more exciting. How would you say Melbourne is now compared to during COVID? It's a lot busier, right?
Yeah, way busier. But I kind of prefer the times before COVID because then you had like more exotic planes.
Exactly.
Like Qantas 747s flying in.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to get the 747s on the Hong Kong flights.
Oh, yeah.
And what's your favourite plane flying into Melbourne now?
I have to say when the Singapore Airlines 747 comes in from Auckland.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's a good one. Sunday mornings and I think Wednesday nights.
Yes, I think so.
Well, it's awesome having you here for like the last little bit of the show. And we've got China Airlines still to come in. I think that's going to be next up.
Oh, I think that's it now.
Yep, that would be the one. So we'll get that one, guys. The China Airlines A350 coming in from Taipei, CI57. And it'll be, I think, the second last heavy of the stream before the Air New Zealand 777 takes off back to Auckland and we wrap up. It's great to have you on the show. And let's get this A350.
We're just gonna go out and get some lunch. We might meet you down at Operations Road.
Done on 44, okay, runway 16 line up. Honesty 057, vacating the runway at Golf, contact ground 1217.
Golf 117, Dynasty 050.
Done on 44, an immediate departure would be appreciated. Runway 16 cleared for immediate takeoff.
And there we have the China Airlines A350 coming in there from Taipei.
435, Melbourne TAG number 2 for runway 16, wind 16 degrees 18.
Probably the last heavy aircraft arrival of the stream. Now we just wait for the Air New Zealand 777 to push back and go.
Melbourne Tower, Qantas 440, ready.
440
And next up we have this Jetstar A320 departure. Going off runway 16.
Turn right on Victor, cross runway 27, taxi on point Charlie, runway 16.
Right, you're on to Victor, cross runway 27.
And The wind is still playing around with the camera there, sort of throwing it around a bit, making it incredibly difficult to filming, like immaculately smooth.
437, wind 170 degrees, 15 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And that was Jetstar flight JQ944 going off to Cairns.
Contact departures, thank you. Yeah.
And guys, could not agree more. Great to see the hobby is continuing on with the younger generation. He reminds me of a little me as well. That was me when I was younger. Absolutely obsessed with planes and loved watching them fly over the house. And spoken very, very well. And the exotic planes, he's definitely got a great point there, and great taste with the Singapore 747 cargo. Easily one of the best flights to come to Melbourne.
43, Melbourne Tango number 3, wind 16.
And on arrival here we have the Qantas 737. It's going to be coming in here from Sydney. Putting in our milk run counter to 49. All we need is one more and we reach 50 milk runs for the stream.
40, next arrives at 4 miles at Charlie, runway 16 line up.
Charlie, runway 16 line up for the 440.
Next arrival at 2.5 miles, runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
And down under aviation and trains, not too sure just yet when we're going to be streaming at Operations Road. Hopefully when it's a little bit more predictable with the weather. We want complete overcast to be able to do that. The laptop overheats really quickly, so the sun is a no-go. And if there's any sort of sign of rain, it's also a no-go, just to keep the gear protected. Guys, this is a very big flight here. QF440 departing off runway 16. This is milk run number 50. We did it. We got to the 50. We got to half of 100. Half the triple digits of milk runs. Just Melbourne Sydney flights. That's it. That is absolutely incredible. And we're still not done. We could probably fit in like maybe one or two more. And there it goes, milk run number 50. We'll now pan over there to New Zealand to see what's going on. And PF, I'm not too sure. This is the first milk run counter we've actually had on the stream. So we're going to see. I'm sure like the longer you do it, obviously the more you're going to get. But we've chosen a Thursday and we'll try a Friday next to see what happens. And thanks for stopping by Down Under Aviation and Trains. It's been a pleasure having you here on today's stream. And thank you so much there, Hayden, for the $2 tip. It's like the third tip now. I really do appreciate it, mate. And Hayden says, a huge thank you for the stream. Thank you so much, Hayden. And it's been an absolute pleasure having you here, tuning in and keeping up with what's going on at Melbourne. But the stream isn't over just yet. We still have a little bit of time left before we do wrap up for today. Definitely we'll be making that a regular thing, at least for the Melbourne and the Sydney streams. So I think it's just awesome being able to sort of count how many flights there is, because it is something that's like genuinely interests me. committee. It won't be streaming tomorrow, unfortunately. I don't think. Oh, tomorrow's what, Friday? No, I don't think so. I think it's most likely going to be Saturday that we'll be streaming, and that's going to be on Max's channel. And Karen says, "Gotta go get a coffee, BRB." Could definitely use one of those. And our next arrival is going to be a Rex 737. We can just see it flying over there. Milk run number 51, ZL43, about to touch down there on runway 16. And guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. We've done incredibly well, and the like button will help push the stream out to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. So it's the best way to support the channel and to support the live streams for free. And it was lovely to meet Aiden. You can see in the chat that everybody thinks he is a very well-spoken young aviation enthusiast. So it's really, really cool to see him, and he has a particularly good taste on planes. You know, when you ask someone their favorite plane, it like sort of tells you a lot about them, and he definitely chose a great answer with the Singapore 747. And there we go, this is milk run number 51. Still waiting for that Air New Zealand 777 to push back. It's just sitting there at the international terminal now as we speak. And departing now is going to be VA 741 going off to the Gold Coast. Another 737-800.
Melbourne Target A, continuous number 2, there'll be a departure prior to arrival. If you could start bringing that speed back, wind 160 degrees, 20 knots. Uh, 565, wind 170 degrees, 18 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Our next arrival is going to be the Jetstar A321neo JQ565, one of their new acquisitions, and this is going to be touching down in just a minute's time. You can see it fighting some of the the wind shear there on runway 16. And Cillian, you might be right there with the 55 milk run prediction. Depending on how long Air New Zealand does take to start up and go, we might be streaming here for another 20 minutes or so. But I will have to call it quits at around 12:45. That's going to be the absolute limit, as I have a couple of things on today, and it can't be too late.
Target up speed, 616, ready?
616, check.
There we go, and as we're talking, by the way, the Air New Zealand 777-300 has just began pushing back, which would be the final heavy of the stream. And yes, highly would recommend that. Match the live stream with Flight Radar 24. It will keep you up to date with the flights that are happening.
180 degrees, 18 knots, runway 16, click.
16 there, land on the 5.
Awesome to see that Pokemon livery just in front of that Air New Zealand 777. On final approach, we're going to have the next Milcron VA834 coming in from Sydney, another Virgin Australia 737-800. Just got the tail end of that arrival there. Taking the count of Milcrons up to 52. Setting records here today, 52 Milcrons. It just keeps getting better and better. For the channel members, do make sure to put in those Milcron stickers. I'll see if I can do the same. I'm trying to film one-handed and not looking at the camera. This is going to be great.
4:35, Melbourne to afternoon number 2.
There we go, the Milcron stickers.
180 degrees, 18 knots.
ASD Flux, thank you so much there for subscribing. Glad that you're enjoying the content. And as we look over here towards the runway, looks like we have the Virgin Australia 737 off to the Gold Coast, taking off next. Just about to barrel down runway 16. And red eye there with the Milcron stickers, great to see. And Gary says should be All Blacks. Oh, if only, mate, if only it was the All Blacks. It is a great looking livery. So we can see some of the Neos here. Starting to invade the terminals again. And also a Qantas 330 appears to be coming out of the hangar. And it's been my pleasure. Always love to support the hobby and love to support the people that are a part of it. And I totally know what you mean. I was going through a very similar thing when I was going through school. It's not necessarily a cool hobby, that's for sure. And honestly, it's kind of one that you want to sort of keep to yourself unless you have some really close mates, because a lot of kids are mean and they don't understand it. And it is a shame that it's like that. But the main thing is you find a couple of close mates and you can actually take them out to the airport, which is what I did. I found a few close mates and actually got them into it and sort of showed them like, hey, you know, like, it's actually really fun. You come out here, you try and collect the different ones, and they really got into it. But yeah, no, it is a shame that it's sort of seen that way. But as, you know, people start to get older, it actually becomes cooler and cooler. So I know as I was transitioning out of high school, and I was telling more and more people, like, hey, this is what I do. It's actually a hobby of mine. You know, it started to be like, oh, that's actually different. That's unique. Like, I like that. And, like, you know, tell me more kind of thing. So it all sort of comes along like that. And on the runway now we have the Rex 737 taking off to Canberra, the capital of Australia, and I think this is the only 737 that Canberra gets from Rex, coming all the way here from Melbourne.
223 Melbourne Tower. Close 435 with 160 degrees, 15 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Definitely a plane spotter in the making there. It really is an awesome hobby. But look, I think the thing is as well, you know, as we're sort of progressing, we're now, it's 2023, a lot of people and kids even are way more accepting and way more understanding. Sure, there's going to be some kids that are a little bit mean, but I think it's getting better and better. I think a lot of kids now are sort of taught, you know, to, instead of scrutinizing people for their hobbies, for their beliefs, for anything, you know, I think it's now becoming a lot more accepting, and that's sort of the culture we're being brought up here, at least in Australia, and I'm all for it. I think it's getting easier and easier. There's a lot more of the younger generation getting into plane spotting, and there's a lot more you know, publicity about it, I think. And I think that helps quite a bit. And Brad Ward says, SFO just had a gust of 54 miles per hour. A few spots along the coast gusting at 70 to 80 miles an hour. Well, I don't want to take the spotlight away from San Francisco, but I don't think it's much worse here, or much better. It is incredibly windy. I'm struggling to keep everything on the table and keep the camera focused. And looks like we have a special livery over there, just about to vacate runway 16. And this is the Mendewarji 737-800, one of the indigenous schemes. One or two now that Qantas have, the other one being the Yam Dreaming on the 787. And there goes our final plane of the stream, the Air New Zealand 777.
223, contact departures.
Taxiing over there to runway 16 for its departure. And a very, very generous donation there from Kevin, my friend over there at Airline Videos. A $50 tip saying Happy New Year, Matt. Kevin, Happy New Year to you as well. Hope you've had a great start. I did tune in into the live stream you guys did for New Year's. It was great to see. Shame that the weather didn't turn out, but you guys made the most of it, and that is the main thing. And looking forward to catching up with you and catching up with Rudy when we come over to LA at the end of the month. And thanks you once again, mate. Good to have you here on the stream.
What's the 268 Melbourne Tower? 1037 Melbourne Tower. Just on 664, next arrival.
And Rudy following up on that with a $25 tip there. Rudy says, keen on you coming to LAX at the end of the month. Looking forward to catching up with you, mate. Great stream today. Cheers. Enjoy that black champagne. Thanks so much, mate. And I am mega keen to catch up with you. It has been way too long. It's been months. And always do value our plane spotting sessions up at the Eco Car Park. And I know one of the best times last year I had was actually getting that Air Force One with you down at Lincoln Boulevard. It was tremendous, and I know Sam is keen to catch up with you as well. It's going to be great fun, mate, and thank you so much for that very, very generous tip. And really, really looking forward to it. Can't believe it's only like 25 days away now. It's gone incredibly quick. I know I've been thinking since the flights were booked on Max's end about 8 months ago. I'm like, oh, that's forever away. That's not going to happen. And then here we are. It's like it's less than a month away. It's crazy. But looking forward to it. And I'm sure we'll be able to get some burgers and hopefully catch up there on top of the H Hotel again. And that was the Jetstar flight over there to Ayers Rock, JQ 664. And on arrival we have another Jetstar A320. The wind is causing all sorts of problems with the lens. It's literally catching onto it. And this is going to be flight JQ 734 from Launceston, Tasmania.
Heavy Tower.
And Jimmy absolutely can. I'll let you know when that one takes off. I think it's second in line now, or maybe even first. I think the Virgin Australia 737 is taking off now. This is going to the Sunshine Coast as VA 1037. Going up north for about a 1 hour 45 minute flight to one of the nicest cities there in Australia. And as the name suggests, it is of course a very sunny place up there in the tropics of Queensland. And Shelby, thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been a delight having you joining me for the morning, keeping me company, keeping me entertained. And so glad that you were here to witness probably one of the busiest mornings in Melbourne we've had for a very long time. But now it's starting to get a little bit more quiet as we head towards the middle of the day, the lunchtime period, which we all know is like the dull zone. But thank you for all the support and all the nice and encouraging messages. And Roger, thank you there for that subscription. Glad you're enjoying the show. Glad you're enjoying what I've put on for you here this morning at Melbourne. And guys, this is the final departure of the stream, NZ124, the Boeing 777-300ER. Flying it to Auckland. And what a great way to end the show with the 777-300. This plane generally would use runway 27, but because they are using just single runway operations today, we're lucky enough that it's forced them to go to runway 16. And I'm sure that they were over ATC saying, no, we wanna go to runway 27, and ATC has just said no. Said it's 16, we can't do it. But we know that Air New Zealand love to request runway 27.
So 735 Melbourne Tower.
got nice and gusty for that one.
124, contact departure.
Really nice and gusty. Oh, you know what? No, I can't. We can't end. We can't end. There's one more plane coming in. It's right on final approach. We can't end it there. When there's the Fiji Airways A330-200 landing on runway 16. This is going to be FJ935 flying in from Nandi with a nice summer upgrade here of the A330-200. Generally on a Thursday this would be a 737 MAX, but because of the increased demand for the New Year's period, they've decided to send the A330-200s and even the A330-300 instead. So here we go. This is the real way to end the stream, the Fiji Airways A330.
Doing 80 Melbourne Tower, finding right 290, hold short, runway 16.
Someone heading right, 290, hold short, runway 16.
That's 735, line up runway 16. PG 935, vacate Golf, when vacated, contact ground 121.7.
Golf 121.7.
That's 735, runway 16, clear for take.
And a great way to end the stream there. 52 milk runs. Cannot believe it. That is a huge amount of Melbourne and Sydney flights. And I was too off with my original prediction that there would be 50. So I did say, you know, give or take 3 or 5. So a good guess there. And we'll see in the next stream if it is any busier. I think we're probably going to do a Monday stream. So a Monday morning is one of the busiest mornings for the Melbourne-Sydney flights because of the business connections. So we may be able to beat that number. And if we stream even just an hour later, of course we'll beat that number. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in today. It has been a tremendous stream. It's been great fun chatting with you all, and it's been a stream of records as well. Cannot believe we reached over 1,000 likes. Was not expecting that at all. And just to end that poll as well, we didn't get any justice for that Strato launcher there, Jen. Strato launcher came in last there at 5%, which is odd to see, but then again it was up against some legacy aircraft that are incredibly difficult to beat. So it has been fun. Kevin, Rudy, thank you again for tuning in last minute there. And Rudy's been here pretty much for the last few hours as well, watching, which has been fantastic. I'm really looking forward to catching up with you guys over there in Los Angeles when we are there at the end of the month. Amelia, it's been great having you here as well. Hayden, all of our mods, and Vanderplanes just arrived in just in time to say goodbye. So we'll see you next time, and looking forward to